Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The first official letter arrived in a thin government envelope that felt lighter than the weight it carried. I remember standing at the kitchen counter with the morning light coming through the blinds, my thumb working slowly under the seal, already knowing that whatever was inside would not bring my brother home. It had been 4 weeks since Daniel disappeared. At the beginning, it was treated like any other missing person case. Local deputies searched the trail he had planned to hike. Volunteers walked the ridge lines. Dogs followed his scent through patches of scrub pine and broken granite until it vanished near a shallow ravine. His truck was still in the parking area. His phone was found inside it, charging cable wrapped neatly beside the console. Daniel was the kind of person who double-checked everything. He packed extra water. He left notes about where he was going. He had never once forgotten his phone. That was the first thing that didn't make sense. The search lasted 5 days before federal investigators stepped in. No one told us exactly why. A man from the county office said the circumstances triggered additional review. Another person mentioned jurisdiction. Suddenly there were unfamiliar vehicles near the ranger station, and people in plain jackets walking the same ground. The volunteers had already covered. 2 days later, they found Daniel. The call came at dusk. My mother stood in the doorway while my father listened, his shoulders tightening with every word. When he hung up, he just said they had located Daniel's body, and the investigation was being transferred fully to the FBI. They did not let us see him. At first, we assumed it was routine, autopsy procedures, evidence processing. We told ourselves it would take a few days, maybe a week. Funerals require paperwork and patience. Then the letter arrived. It explained that the remains were being retained as part of an ongoing federal investigation into a suspicious death. It didn't say suspicious how. It didn't say suspicious to whom. It didn't say how long. The phrasing felt rehearsed and careful, like someone had sanded the edges off every sentence. My father called the number listed at the bottom. He took notes on a yellow legal pad while he listened. The conversation ended quickly. "They won't release him yet," he said. "Why?" My mother asked. "They said the circumstances are still under review." That became the phrase we heard again and again over the next year. Under review. The investigators met us once in person at a government building downtown. 2 agents sat across the table from us. They asked about Daniel's habits, his work, his friends. One of them kept flipping through a file folder with photographs inside it. Though he never turned it toward us, we answered everything. Daniel worked as a survey technician. He spent weeks mapping terrain for construction companies and land assessments. He loved the outdoors. Hiking alone was normal for him. The agents asked if Daniel had enemies, financial problems, political involvement. No. When my father asked how Daniel died, they said the autopsy was not yet finalized. When my mother asked if it was an accident, they said the investigation was ongoing. When I asked where exactly he had been found, they exchanged a look before one of them answered. "In the ravine area," he said. That was the entire explanation. Months passed. We sent letters. We called offices. We waited. The official cause of death eventually arrived on a printed report, nearly 8 months after Daniel was found. Cause of death, undetermined. There were several paragraphs describing environmental exposure, possible trauma from a fall, and the difficulty of reconstructing events due to the terrain. But the report never actually stated that Daniel had fallen. That theory came from somewhere else. A ranger mentioned it casually when my father visited the trailhead again. He pointed toward the ravine and said people sometimes slipped along the rocks during wet weather. The problem was the weather. Daniel disappeared during a dry stretch in late summer. The ground had been dusty, The search teams confirmed it, and then there were the clothes. We didn't learn about the clothing issue until much later. A lawyer told us, by the second year, it was clear the agency had no intention of releasing Daniel's remains. Every request was answered with the same statement about investigative necessity. The autopsy was complete, the report was final, but the body remained in federal custody. That was when my father hired an attorney. The legal process moved slowly, like everything else connected to this case. Court filings, requests for documentation, formal responses that said very little while taking many pages to say it. But the documents began revealing small details. One of them described Daniel's clothing when he was found. It didn't match the fall theory. The report listed his boots neatly laced, his hiking pack still secured across both shoulders, and his jacket zipped all the way to the collar despite the afternoon heat, the day he vanished. The odd part was the shirt underneath. Daniel had started his hike wearing a bright red thermal layer. We knew that because a photo he texted to my mother that morning showed him at the trailhead. The recovery report listed a plain gray shirt instead. Our attorney asked about it during a deposition. The agent reviewing the file said clothing discrepancies sometimes occurred during recovery due to environmental conditions. That explanation didn't hold up well when pressed. Fabric doesn't change color because of exposure, and Daniel's red shirt was never listed among the evidence collected at the scene. It was simply gone. That detail turned into a central argument in the lawsuit. Our lawyer claimed the government had no legal basis to retain Daniel's remains indefinitely, when the investigation itself had already reached an inconclusive end. The agency argued the opposite. They claimed continued custody was necessary to preserve evidence in case new information emerged. 3 years passed, while the case moved through the system. During that time, we received exactly one additional update from the investigators. It arrived in the form of a short letter explaining that earlier working theories about an accidental fall could not be confirmed by the physical evidence. They did not propose another explanation. They simply removed the old one. The courtroom hearings felt strangely quiet compared to the years of waiting that led up to them. Our lawyers spoke about closure, about the rights of families to bury their dead. The government's attorneys spoke about procedure and jurisdiction. Neither side talked about Daniel as a person. They talked about a body. The judge eventually ruled that the agency had to release the remains, unless it could demonstrate a clear investigative need to keep them. The ruling came almost 4 years after Daniel disappeared. For the first time since the search ended, something finally moved. The transfer was scheduled for a cold morning in early spring. We drove to a federal facility outside the city where a representative met us in a small administrative office. Papers were signed. Identification confirmed. No one offered new information. They simply handed responsibility back to us. The casket arrived sealed. The funeral home director told us it was standard procedure when remains had been held in long investigations. My parents chose not to request additional examination. By then, we understood that whatever answers might exist were probably buried in paperwork, somewhere far away from us. The burial happened 2 weeks later under a gray sky that threatened rain but never delivered it. Friends spoke quietly about Daniel's kindness and his stubborn love for the outdoors. My mother placed the same photograph from his last morning hike beside the casket before it was lowered. In that picture, he is smiling at the camera, the red shirt bright against the trees behind him. The shirt was never recovered. Years later, our lawyer told me something that never appeared in the official records. During discovery, an investigator admitted that Daniel's position in the ravine did not clearly match a fall from the ridge above. There were no obvious slide marks on the slope, no disturbed rock indicating a tumble, just Daniel lying there with his pack still secured. As if he had been placed there, the government never confirmed that detail publicly. It never appeared in the final report. The cause of death remains listed as undetermined. Sometimes I go back to that trailhead and stand near the beginning of the path Daniel took that morning. The forest there is quiet in a way that makes ordinary sounds carry farther than they should. Wind through dry branches, gravel shifting under your boots, and every time I look down into that ravine, I think about the years it took just to bring him home, and about the piece of clothing that vanished somewhere between the trail and the official record. leaving a gap no report has ever explained. I noticed the bird because it wouldn't leave me alone. It was late morning in early October, the kind of dry daylight that filters through tall pines and makes the forest floor look pale and dusty. I had been hunting that stretch of national forest for years. I knew the deer trails, the quiet pockets where elk sometimes bedded down, and the clearings where the wind moved through the branches in long, steady breaths. The bird was a gray jay. Around here, people call them camp robbers because they hover around hunters, hoping for scraps. Usually they keep their distance, hopping from branch to branch and watching with bright black eyes. This one didn't. It dropped low over my head as I followed an old logging road that had grown over with grass and brush. I waved it off at first. It circled once, landed on a stump ahead of me, then flew again the moment I got close. I kept walking. The bird came back. It fluttered down onto a low branch just 10 yards ahead and started making short, sharp calls. When I stepped closer, it lifted and glided deeper into the trees. At the time, I thought it wanted food. I've had birds trail me before, especially when I field dress a deer. They're bold and patient. But that morning, I hadn't fired a shot. I hadn't even seen fresh tracks. Still, the bird stayed in front of me. Every time I stopped, it stopped. Every time I moved, it hopped or glided a little farther down the slope. Not high, not far, just enough to keep itself in sight. The forest there is dense. Tall lodgepole pines grow tight together, and the ground between them is cluttered with fallen limbs, mossy logs, and patches of thick brush. Visibility drops fast once you leave the trail. After a few minutes, I realized I had drifted off the old road without meaning to. I stopped and looked around. No bird calls, no wind, just the quiet weight of the woods. Then the jay called again, sharp and impatient from somewhere down the hill. I saw it perched on a broken trunk about 20 yards away. The top half of the tree had snapped off years earlier, leaving a jagged stump about chest high. The bird flapped once and landed directly on that stump. Something about the way it kept looking down caught my attention. I started toward it. The jay hopped aside but didn't leave. It landed on a branch overhead and watched me approach the stump. That's when I smelled it. Not strong. Not the kind of smell you'd expect if something had died recently. Just a faint, dry scent that didn't belong in the cool air of the forest. I stepped closer. The ground beside the stump looked disturbed, but not freshly. Pine needles had settled over it. Moss had grown around the edges. At first I saw the boots. They were sticking out from behind the stump, toes pointing uphill. Brown leather hunting boots, the kind with thick soles and deep tread. They looked almost new. I remember thinking someone had dumped gear there. Then I saw the bones. The legs were still inside, faded denim. The fabric had split in places, but the shape of the skeleton underneath was unmistakable. I backed up a step. The rest of the remains were partly hidden behind the stump. A rib cage collapsed inward, arms folded awkwardly against the ground. The skull tilted slightly to one side, empty sockets staring through the trees. For a moment, I just stood there listening to my own breathing. The jay was still above me, hopping along the branch. I walked slowly around the stump. There were more items scattered nearby. A dark green hunting jacket draped over a fallen branch. A belt lying half buried in pine needles. The strange thing was how clean everything looked. The boots didn't appear cracked or bleached by sun. The jacket still held its color. Even the leather belt looked flexible, not stiff, and ruined like gear that had been sitting outside for years. I knew something else immediately. I knew this area. Everyone around here knew it. A man named Robert Springfield had gone missing the year before. He was about my age, maybe a little older. An experienced outdoorsman who had gone out on a solo trip during the fall season and never came home. Search teams combed these woods for weeks. For weeks, helicopters flew overhead. Volunteers walked shoulder to shoulder through sections of forest that looked exactly like the one I was standing in. They searched the logging road. They searched the ravine below it. They searched every patch of ground within miles. I had even help for one afternoon, and I was certain about one thing. The place where I was standing had already been cleared. I backed away from the remains, careful not to step on anything else. My phone had just enough signal on a ridge a few hundred yards away, and I knew I needed to call it in before leaving. I took one last look. The skeleton lay partly hidden behind the broken stump, as if someone had placed it there to keep it out of sight from one direction. The boots faced uphill, toward the old logging road, toward the direction the search teams had walked the previous year. The jay gave a single harsh call and flew deeper into the trees. I climbed the ridge and made the call. By mid-afternoon, 2 deputies and a search team were hiking back down the slope with me. They taped off the area and began documenting everything. One of them recognized the gear immediately. The boots matched the brand Robert Springfield had been wearing when he disappeared. The jacket matched the description from his missing persons report. Later, they confirmed the remains were his. What bothered everyone wasn't the discovery itself. People get lost in forests. Accidents happen. A broken ankle or a fall down a slope can turn deadly fast when you're alone. What bothered them was the location. One of the deputies told me they had grid searched that exact hillside the previous year. Volunteers had walked through the trees only a few yards apart, scanning the ground carefully for any sign of clothing or equipment. The broken stump I found had even been marked on one of the maps as a reference point, which meant something simple. If the remains had been there then, someone would have seen them. But there was something else that didn't sit right. The condition of the items. A full year in open forest weather usually destroys clothing fast. Rain rots fabric. Sun fades colors. Leather dries and cracks. Robert's gear didn't show much of that. The boots looked worn but intact. The jacket still had its shape. Even the belt wasn't stiff. One of the investigators mentioned it quietly while standing beside the stump. It looked like the items hadn't been exposed to the elements very long. Maybe they had been protected somehow. Buried under something that later shifted away. Maybe animals had dragged the remains from somewhere else. Those were the explanations they discussed. But I remembered the ground around the stump. The moss. The settled needles. Nothing looked freshly disturbed. And I remembered the direction of the boots. It pointed toward the road where the search teams had walked, as if the body had been placed there after the forest had already been combed. The investigation closed months later. Officially, it was ruled an accidental death. Robert Springfield likely became disoriented or injured, and never made it back to the trail. No evidence of foul play was found. The case faded from the local news after that. But I still hunt those woods. Every time I pass that stretch of hillside, I glance toward the broken stump. The search tape is gone now, and the forest has reclaimed the clearing like nothing ever happened. Sometimes I think about the bird. Gray jays are curious animals. They follow people for food all the time, but that morning it never begged. It never tried to land near my pack or my hands. It just kept leading me, branch to branch, tree to tree, straight to a place that dozens of trained searchers had already walked past, straight to the stump where the remains of Robert Springfield were waiting. Boots still pointed toward the road as if he had arrived there long after everyone else had finished looking. The first photograph of the signal was taken long before anyone knew I was missing. I learned that later, when investigators spread the prints across a metal table and tried to place my bones into a timeline that made sense. But when I first dragged the logs into place on the mountain ridge, I wasn't thinking about aerial surveys, or image resolution, or forensic reports. I was thinking about how small a person looks from the sky, and how large a shape has to be before someone notices it. The ridge sat above a narrow valley, where the wind never seemed to stop moving. Spruce and fir crowded the slopes below, but the top of the ridge was scattered with fallen trunks bleached gray by years of snow. When the clouds lifted, aircraft crossed high overhead, too distant to hear. I would watch them slide across the pale blue like slow insects, and imagine the people inside leaning toward the windows. I started building the signal, because the clearing already looked almost like a message. Several large trunks had fallen in the same direction, forming crooked lines across the ground. I began shifting them one at a time, levering them over stones and dragging the smaller ends through the dirt. until they lay in shapes that felt deliberate. The work was slow. A single log could take an hour to move even a few feet. From the ground, the pattern didn't look like much, but I kept imagining the view from above. At the center of the ridge was a flat stretch of dirt, where the wind had stripped away most of the grass. I used that space to form the largest character, stacking 3 long trunks into a shape that could be read from any direction. Around it, I arranged smaller branches and pale stones, so the lines would stand out against the darker soil. I climbed the slope above the clearing to check the progress. From there, the pattern finally made sense. It was crude but unmistakable. A signal. I returned to it every day, adjusting the angles, replacing branches that rolled downhill during the night. When snow fell, I brushed the powder away from the logs so the shape stayed dark against the white. When the wind scattered needles across the clearing, I cleared them again. I believed someone would see it eventually. The ridge had once been logged decades earlier, and survey flights still passed over the valley from time to time. I had seen the aircraft before, thin silver bodies drifting far above the clouds. Even if they weren't looking for me, a pattern that large would stand out against the forest. At least that was the idea that kept me working. The days were quiet except for the wind. Sometimes I heard rocks shifting on the slopes below, or branches snapping somewhere in the trees, but nothing ever climbed the ridge. I spent most of the daylight hours moving logs, or scanning the sky. I stopped counting how long I had been there. Instead, I measured time by the condition of the signal. If a branch had rolled out of place overnight, I knew the wind had been strong. If frost formed along the shaded side of the logs, I knew winter was tightening its grip on the mountain. When the sun rose higher each morning and the snow retreated into the shadows, I knew another season had passed. The signal stayed where I put it. From the ridge above, it looked larger every month. One afternoon, the clouds thinned enough for me to see an aircraft moving across the valley. It passed far to the west at first, a bright speck against the sky. I stepped into the clearing and stood beside the central log, waving both arms even though I knew they couldn't see me. The aircraft continued on its path, but for a moment I believed it had turned slightly, as if the pilot had noticed something unusual on the ridge below. That hope carried me for weeks. I kept improving the signal. I dragged another trunk into the lower line, so the shape would stretch wider across the clearing. I scraped the soil away from the edges until the logs rested against pale dirt that would contrast with the surrounding ground. From the slope above, the message finally looked as large as I could make it. The wind moved constantly across the ridge, whispering through the broken stumps left by the old logging crews. Sometimes it pushed clouds low enough that the entire valley disappeared beneath white mist. Those were the worst days. If a plane passed overhead during that time, no one would see the signal at all. I remember one morning when the fog lifted suddenly after several days of gray. The air cleared so quickly that the mountains on the far side of the valley appeared like dark islands rising from a white sea. I stood in the center of the signal and stared up at the sky. The clearing felt enormous then. For the first time since arriving on the ridge, I wondered whether the pattern might already have been seen by someone who didn't know what it meant. From high enough, it could look like an old logging mark, or a leftover structure from the crews who had worked the slope decades earlier. A shape without context, just logs arranged in a clearing. That thought stayed with me. I walked the perimeter of the signal and studied it from every angle, trying to imagine what it would look like in a photograph taken thousands of feet above the valley. Eventually, I climbed the ridge again and lay on the cold ground beside a boulder that overlooked the clearing. From there, the signal looked clear enough to read, but it also looked old. The logs had weathered under the sun and snow. Their surfaces had faded to the same gray as the dead trunks scattered across the ridge. If someone saw the pattern from the air, they might assume it had been there for years. I sat there until the light began to fade. That evening, the wind rose stronger than usual, pushing clouds through the valley so quickly they seemed to slide along the slopes. The trees below the ridge swayed in long, slow waves. I walked down into the clearing and stood beside the largest log. The signal stretched across the ground around me, quiet and still. For a moment, I imagined how it would look long after I was gone. The lines slowly collapsing as the logs decayed and the soil reclaimed the clearing. Maybe someone would notice it years later in an old photograph and wonder who had built it. Maybe they would try to determine when it appeared. I lay down beside the central log and looked at the sky until the clouds closed again. The next morning, the ridge was silent, except for the wind moving through the trees. I spent that day repairing the lower line of the signal where a branch had rolled downhill during the night. By evening, the shape looked the same as it had before, the logs resting exactly where I had placed them. Nothing else on the mountain had changed. The signal remained the only mark of a person ever standing on that ridge. Years later, investigators would study aerial photographs taken during routine survey flights over the valley. One image from 2 years before the discovery of the bones would show the clearing clearly enough to recognize the pattern of logs arranged across the ground. Older photographs taken 5 years before that would be too grainy to confirm whether the structure was already there or simply lost in the blur of trees and shadows. The analysts would argue quietly over the prints, tracing the lines with gloved fingers. Some would say the signal appeared suddenly between surveys. Others would insist it might have existed long before the clearer photograph captured it. When they finally reached the ridge itself, they would find the logs collapsed inward where weather and time had shifted them. Nearby, beneath a thin layer of soil and fallen needles, they would uncover the scattered bones that once carried my weight up the slope. The forensic reports would not agree on who those bones belonged to. Some measurements would suggest one identity. Other tests would contradict them. Even the basic details would refuse to settle into certainty. In the end, the investigators would have two things that never aligned: a signal that might have been built at any point across several years, and remains that could not be matched cleanly to the person they believed had disappeared into that mountain. The photographs would be filed away with the reports. The ridge would return to its quiet place above the valley, and the only clear image of the signal would remain the one taken long before anyone realized it was meant for them to see. The helicopter banked low over the wetlands, and from the air the forest looked like a soaked green carpet that had been trampled flat by weather and time. I remember leaning forward in my harness, one hand braced against the window, scanning the clearing below for movement that shouldn't exist out there. 5 years in search and rescue had trained my eyes to notice small things: a torn tarp, the wrong color in a field of moss, a line that looked too straight to be natural. That morning we were looking for 2 missing hikers who had failed to return from a weekend trip. Their car had been found at a trailhead on the north side of the range. The mountains beyond that point opened into a maze of wetlands and old timber where trails dissolved into animal paths, and shallow black water. People got lost there more often than anyone liked to admit. The weather had been bad for 2 days. Cold rain, fog hugging the ground, the kind that erased sound and distance. By the time the search started, the hikers had been missing nearly 40 hours. I was riding as spotter beside the pilot, a quiet guy named Morales, who had flown more rescue missions than anyone in the unit. We had already made 3 passes over the valley when something caught my eye in a patch of gray timber near a shallow bog. At first I thought it was driftwood, then the shape resolved. 3 letters, each one enormous, constructed from heavy logs dragged out into a clearing. So, even from 200 feet up, it was unmistakable. Morales circled immediately and dropped altitude. The logs forming the letters were thick, stripped branches and small trunks, each one longer than a man. They had been arranged carefully, almost precisely, like someone had spent a long time building it. What struck me first wasn't the message, it was the size. Each letter stretched wider than the helicopter. Whoever built it had expected to be seen from the sky. We radioed the ground teams and sat down on a narrow strip of drier ground near the clearing. The smell of wet soil and stagnant water rose immediately. When the rotor slowed, the forest around us was quiet in that muffled way wetlands have, where sound seems to sink instead of carry. The SOS sign was even larger up close. The logs had been dragged through mud deep enough to swallow boots. I could see the tracks where they had been hauled into position, grooves cutting through the moss. It must have taken hours, maybe longer, and whoever built it had done it alone. The hikers were found less than half a mile away. They were alive, exhausted and soaked through. They had sheltered under a fallen tree during the storm and gotten disoriented trying to navigate back toward the trailhead. When the ground team brought them to the helicopter, they looked stunned more than anything else. I remember asking them about the signal while one of the medics wrapped a thermal blanket around the younger one's shoulders. Neither of them had seen it. They thought we were talking about something else. When we described the massive SOS sign, they both shook their heads with the same confused expression. They hadn't built it. They hadn't even passed through that clearing. The older hiker kept repeating that they'd stayed east of the bog the entire time. At first, we assumed they were mistaken about their route. It happens all the time in terrain like that. But while Morales flew them out, I stayed behind with a small team to dismantle the signal so other pilots wouldn't mistake it for a new emergency. That was when things started to feel wrong. Up close, the logs were heavier than they looked. Two of us struggled to drag a single one aside. The ground beneath them was saturated and soft, and the tracks leading into the clearing were old, not fresh. The mud had dried and cracked in places where the rain hadn't pooled. Some of the moss had begun growing back over the grooves. The sign had been there longer than the storm, maybe much longer. We searched the area around the clearing in widening circles. Standard procedure. If someone had built that signal, there was a good chance they'd been in trouble. About 60 yards into the tree line, one of the volunteers called out. I found him kneeling beside a shallow depression between two fallen trunks. At first it looked like a pile of weathered branches tangled in the mud. Then I saw the shape inside. Bones. I railed at him. The remains were partially buried beneath leaves and silt, scattered but close enough together that the outline of a person was still obvious. A torn jacket clung to the ribcage. One sleeve still held an arm bone inside the fabric. No sign of disturbance from animals. And just time. Near the remains sat a backpack, half sunk in the mud. The zipper was rusted but intact. When we pulled it open, the contents were damp, but preserved enough to identify. Clothes. A notebook warped by water. A small portable recorder sealed in a plastic bag. The name inside the notebook belonged to a man named Kenji Tanaka, an office worker from Denver who had reported taking a solo hiking trip 5 years earlier. I remembered the case vaguely. A brief search had been conducted back then, but the weather had turned bad, and the trail he was believed to have taken led in the opposite direction of where we stood. He had been listed as missing. Standing there beside the remains, the connection formed quickly. The SOS sign. The massive effort it would have taken to drag those logs. The location visible from the air. Someone had tried very hard to be found. We documented everything before touching the recorder. Morales had returned by then, and the three of us stood in the clearing while I pressed the play button. The speaker crackled. For several seconds there was only wind and distant water. Then a man's voice. Thin, tired. He spoke slowly, like someone forcing each word out through exhaustion. He said his name was Kenji. He said he had fallen into the wetlands while trying to cut across the valley. His leg had been injured. He couldn't walk far. He had built a signal in the clearing. He believed aircraft sometimes passed overhead. He asked whoever found the recorder to contact his family. The message ended with him saying he would keep improving the sign so it could be seen. Then the recording stopped. The problem was obvious the moment we looked back toward the clearing. Kenji's remains were 60 yards away from the sign. The mud around the bones was undisturbed. There were no drag marks leading toward the clearing. No broken branches showing repeated trips. And the leg bone inside the torn pants was snapped clean through. It would have been almost impossible for someone in that condition to haul even one of those logs. The sign used dozens. Heavy ones. We searched the surrounding forest again. Before dusk, the ground held no additional tracks older than a few weeks. No campsite, no tools, no evidence anyone else had been there in years. The hikers we rescued had approached the valley from the opposite side and never crossed the clearing. No one could explain who built the signal, or when. The official report eventually concluded that Kenji likely constructed a smaller marker that degraded over time, and that shifting debris or natural movement of timber might have altered its appearance. I read that line several times. It didn't match what we had seen. Those logs had been placed deliberately, straight, visible, built to last. The helicopter returned the next day to lift the remains out. From the air, the clearing looked smaller than I remembered. The SOS sign still dominated the center of it, bright against the dark wetlands. For a moment, I imagined what Kenji must have seen during those final days. The same sky, the same empty horizon where rescue aircraft might appear, and I wondered how long that sign had been there before we finally noticed it. Because the grooves in the mud looked older than 5 years, older by a lot. Long enough that moss had grown thick over parts of them, which meant someone had built that signal long before we ever found Kenji. Someone strong enough to drag those logs. Someone who had left no other trace. The letters were still visible when we flew away that afternoon. Huge, patient, waiting in the clearing where no one had been looking. The night I decided to disappear, I was wiping soy sauce from a table that had already been cleaned twice. My hands kept moving long after the rag had dried, like the motion itself might keep the rest of my life from catching up with me. The restaurant was almost empty. Late trains had already come and gone, and the quiet after closing pressed against the windows like fog. I stood there staring at the reflection of the streetlights on the glass, and thinking about how many times I had tried to leave before. Being a restaurant manager meant my life ran on routines. Open the doors before lunch, check the walk-in fridge, count the deliveries, stay until the chairs were upside down on the tables, and the last burner cooled. The schedule was steady, predictable, almost comforting. Home was the opposite. I won't describe everything about those years. It's enough to say the apartment never felt like a place to rest. It was a place where footsteps in the hallway could tighten your chest, where a small mistake could echo through the night, where the lock on the door never meant safety. I tried the usual paths first. There were forms, meetings, careful explanations to people behind desks who looked sympathetic but tired. They told me about procedures, timelines, documentation. Each step was reasonable on paper. In practice, it meant returning home again and again, while the process moved slowly. The last time I asked for help, the woman across the desk spoke gently and told me to stay somewhere safe if things escalated. But there was nowhere safe that could last forever. That night in the restaurant, I searched the internet on the office computer after the staff had gone home. I wasn't even sure what words I typed first. Something about disappearing, something about starting over. Most of what appeared was fiction or advice columns about cutting contact. Then I found a small article about a service people whispered about in cities across Japan. Night movers, yonigeya, companies that help people vanish, not illegally, at least not in the dramatic sense. They didn't fake deaths or forge passports. They simply helped people leave quickly and quietly. Packing, transport, relocation to another city, sometimes guidance on rebuilding a life without leaving trails. I read everything I could find. The descriptions were careful and vague. The companies avoided attention, but the stories were consistent. Someone trapped, someone desperate, and a quiet move in the middle of the night that ended with a new beginning hundreds of kilometers away. I stared at the screen for a long time. The idea felt impossible at first. I had lived in the same neighborhood most of my adult life. The train routes, the convenience stores, the narrow streets between apartment blocks were mapped into my memory. Leaving all of it behind felt like stepping off the edge of something solid, but staying felt worse. I wrote down a phone number from a website that looked almost deliberately plain. The next afternoon, I called from a payphone 3 stations away from home. The man who answered spoke in a calm voice that didn't sound surprised by anything. He asked a few practical questions. My situation, my job, whether anyone monitored my phone or bank account. I answered carefully, standing beside a vending machine humming with cold air. He explained the basics. They specialized in fast relocations for people escaping dangerous domestic situations. They didn't create false identities, but they helped clients move somewhere they were unlikely to be found. They coordinated housing, transportation, and sometimes temporary work leads. Everything was done quietly. I asked how soon it could happen. His answer was simple: whenever I was ready. For the next week, I lived as if I were rehearsing a secret. At work, I smiled at customers, adjusted schedules, and approved supplier invoices. I carried trays through the dining room and listened to the steady rhythm of plates and conversation. Inside my head, I was measuring time differently. Which belongings could disappear without being noticed? Which documents needed to be with me? How much cash could I withdraw without drawing attention? I packed slowly. A small suitcase stayed hidden at the back of the restaurant office, tucked behind a stack of extra menus. Inside it were clothes, my passport, certificates from school, and a thin envelope of savings. The rest of my life stayed where it had always been. The movers scheduled the operation for a rainy Thursday night, when the streets would be empty and most people would stay indoors. They told me not to warn anyone. On that day, I worked a double shift. The kitchen smelled of garlic and grilled fish, the usual sounds echoing through the narrow space. Nothing about the evening looked unusual. Customers came and went, umbrellas dripping near the entrance. At closing time, I finished the last paperwork and turned off the office lights. Then I carried the suitcase out the back door. The alley behind the restaurant was slick with rain. Water ran along the curb in thin silver streams under the streetlights. A small truck waited at the far end of the alley. Two men stood beside it, both wearing dark jackets with no company logos. They looked like delivery workers finishing a routine job. One of them nodded when he saw me. No one spoke much. They loaded the suitcase into the truck and handed me a plain raincoat. I climbed into the passenger seat. As the truck pulled away, I watched the restaurant disappear behind a corner of concrete buildings. I had spent nearly 10 years inside that place, memorizing every detail of its narrow kitchen and polished wooden tables. In less than a minute, it was gone. The drive lasted hours. Rain followed us along the highway, tapping softly against the windshield. The driver kept the radio low, some late-night talk program fading in and out of signal. I didn't ask where we were going. They had told me earlier, but I didn't want to hold the name of the city too tightly yet. It felt safer to let the distance grow first. Just before dawn, we stopped at a service area. Trucks idled in rows under yellow lights, their engines vibrating through the damp air. One of the movers handed me a folder. Inside were instructions, a rental agreement for a small apartment arranged under my name, and contact information for a local employment agency that often worked with restaurants. Everything was practical, no drama, no promises. Just the tools for beginning again. By the time the sky started turning gray, we reached the outskirts of a coastal city I had only visited once as a teenager. The streets were quiet and unfamiliar. Low buildings faced the harbor, and fishing boats rocked gently in the morning tide. The apartment they arranged was small but clean. One room, a narrow kitchen, and a window that looked out over a row of bicycles locked to a railing. The movers carried my suitcase inside and placed it near the door. That was the moment the reality settled in. They would leave soon. The truck would disappear down another street. Everything before that night would remain behind me like a closed door. One of the men gave a short explanation about the next steps. Utility accounts were already set up. The employment agency expected me later that week. If anyone ever asked about my past, keep details simple and ordinary. Then they left. The sound of the truck engine faded quickly between the buildings. I stood in the middle of the room listening to the quiet. The first days were strange. Every sound in the hallway made me look toward the door. I checked the window repeatedly, half expecting to see someone searching the street below, but nothing happened. Life moved forward in small, steady pieces. I found work at a seafood restaurant near the harbor. The owner needed someone experienced to manage evening service, and my years in the industry made the transition easy. Within a few months, I knew the kitchen layout, the regular customers, the suppliers who delivered crates of fresh fish every morning. The apartment slowly filled with ordinary things: a kettle, extra dishes, a plant near the window. Seasons changed. Years passed. At first, I marked every anniversary of the night I left. The memory stayed sharp, like a photograph you keep hidden in a drawer. But time has a way of smoothing the edges of even the most frightening moments. The fear that once followed me everywhere faded into something quieter. Not gone, but distant. 2 decades later, I still manage a restaurant. It's larger than the one I left behind, with wide windows that face the water. In the evenings, the harbor lights stretch across the dark surface of the bay, and the sound of gulls drifts through the open doors. Sometimes a customer will mention traveling from another city, naming places that used to be part of my old life. I listen politely and continue clearing plates. No one here knows the version of me that existed before that rainy night. They know the person who arrived quietly in a coastal town and built a steady routine around food, schedules, and the slow rhythm of the sea. After closing, when the staff have gone home and the dining room is silent, I occasionally stand by the window and watch the reflections moving across the water. The trucks on the distant highway look like faint lines of light sliding through the dark, and I think about how one of them once carried me out of a life that could have swallowed me whole, driving through the rain toward a place where no one was looking for my name. Every weekday for 4 months, I drove to an office that no longer employed me, and parked 3 blocks away so no one from the company would see my car. I would arrive a few minutes before 9, shut off the engine, and sit there with my hands resting on the steering wheel as if I had just finished a commute that still mattered. The building's glass reflected the traffic moving past, and in that reflection I sometimes saw my own car and the outline of my head inside it, perfectly still. That was the moment each morning when the lie began again. I had been an engineer for almost 15 years. The kind of engineer who liked routine. Same train platform every morning. Same desk. Same projects that slowly turned drawings into structures people would stand inside. When the company called me into a conference room one Tuesday afternoon and told me my position was being eliminated, I listened carefully and nodded. I remember the quiet sound of the air conditioner. I remember the folder sliding across the table. What I don't remember is deciding what to do afterward. I only remember walking out of the building with the folder under my arm and thinking about my wife waiting at home that evening. In our apartment building, everyone asked polite questions. Work was a safe topic, reliable, predictable. My wife asked about it every night while we ate dinner at the small table by the window. She liked to hear about projects and deadlines. It reassured her that our life was moving forward. The idea of telling her the truth formed in my mind several times during the drive home that first day. Each time the words reached my throat, something stopped them. It felt like stepping off a ledge in the dark. So when she asked how work was going, I said the same thing I had said hundreds of times before. Busy. That was the first lie. The next morning, I woke at the same time as always. I put on the same gray suit I had worn the day before. I left the apartment at the same time, carrying the same briefcase. My wife stood in the doorway while I tied my shoes and told me not to work too late. The routine continued, as if nothing had happened. I drove toward the office because I didn't know where else to go. The parking structure required an employee badge, so I stopped using it. Instead, I found street parking nearby, usually along a narrow side road lined with ginkgo trees and a small convenience store. From there, I could see the office tower if I leaned slightly forward. At first, I expected the situation to resolve itself quickly. I told myself I would find another job within a few days, a week at most. Engineers with experience always found work eventually, but days passed, then weeks. My daily routine changed shape without anyone noticing. After parking the car, I would open my laptop and review job listings. I sent applications from the driver's seat, using the dashboard as a desk. When the battery ran low, I walked to a cafe and bought the cheapest coffee they had, so I could use the outlet by the wall. Around noon, I usually walked through a nearby park where office workers ate lunch. I tried to blend in with them, carrying a sandwich from the convenience store and reading documents on my phone so it looked like I was checking work messages. The hardest part was returning to the car in the afternoon. By that time, the sun had shifted, and the windshield filled with glare. The air inside the vehicle grew warm and stale. I would sit there listening to distant traffic and the faint ticking sound of the cooling engine from other cars arriving and leaving. Sometimes I watched people walking toward the office tower, They all moved with purpose. Badges swinging from lanyards, phones pressed to their ears, conversations about deadlines or meetings drifting through the air as they passed. They belonged somewhere. I sat in the car and tried to look like someone who belonged somewhere too. After a month, I stopped parking near the office building entirely. It felt too dangerous, as if someone might recognize me and ask why I never entered the lobby anymore. Instead, I began driving around the city during business hours. Libraries became safe places. So did large shopping centers, where people sat quietly in public seating areas without drawing attention. I developed habits. One library had a second-floor window where sunlight fell across a row of desks in the afternoon. I used that desk often. From there, I could watch buses arrive at the stop across the street. Another place was a quiet parking lot behind a grocery store where delivery trucks came and went. Drivers rarely noticed a parked car among them. My days became a series of temporary waiting rooms. The car, a cafe, a bench, another parking lot. Each location held me for a while before releasing me to the next. The strange thing was how quickly the lie grew normal. At home, my wife continued asking about work. I described imaginary meetings, slow progress on projects, the usual frustrations of engineering deadlines. None of it felt dramatic. The stories sounded like ordinary life. Sometimes I caught myself almost believing them. Weeks stretched into months. My savings account shrank. I told my wife the company had delayed bonuses this year. She frowned but accepted the explanation. During the day, I began driving farther from the neighborhood. I worried that someone might see me wandering the same places too often. The city felt larger when I had nowhere specific to be. Highways became part of the routine. I drove slowly through industrial districts where no one paid attention to passing cars. I parked near rivers and watched the water move between concrete banks. Occasionally, I sat in the parking lot of another office building and observed people entering and leaving. Imagining I worked there, the car turned into a small floating room. Everything important happened outside it. One afternoon in late autumn, rain covered the city and turned the streets gray and reflective. I parked under an overpass and listened to the steady tapping on the roof. Water ran along the edges of the pavement, toward a drain nearby. I remember thinking that the day looked exactly like every other day. Then I realized something strange. No one in my life knew where I was. My coworkers believed I had left the company months ago. My wife believed I was sitting at a desk downtown. Friends assumed I was busy with work. The truth was that I was sitting in a car beneath a highway, watching rainwater circle a drain. I had slipped somewhere in between those realities. The thought followed me for the rest of the afternoon. When evening came, I drove home as usual. The rain had stopped by then. Streetlights reflected on wet pavement outside our apartment building. Inside, the apartment smelled like dinner. My wife greeted me with the same quiet smile she always had. She asked about work while setting plates on the table. I answered automatically, describing a project that didn't exist and a meeting that had never happened. While I spoke, I noticed how easy the words came. Too easy. After dinner, I stood by the window and looked down at the street. Cars moved through the intersection below, headlights sliding across the wet asphalt. Somewhere out there was the car I had spent the entire day inside. Tomorrow morning, I would drive it back into the city again. I would park somewhere anonymous. I would sit and wait until evening. And when the time came, I would return home and describe another ordinary day at a job that had quietly erased me months ago. The fog came up the slope like a tide, while we were still above the trail line, and the first thing I noticed was how quickly the mountain disappeared behind us. One moment the valley was open and bright, the next it was gone, folded into a flat wall of white that swallowed every ridge and boulder we had used to guide ourselves. I stopped walking because the cairn ahead of us simply vanished, as if someone had erased it from the world. Marjorie was a few steps behind me, steady as always, but breathing harder than she liked to admit. We were both past 70, the sort of hikers people underestimate until they realize we had been climbing mountains longer than most of them had been alive. That morning, we had followed our usual routine, sign the trail log, leave our route notification with the ranger board, and text my daughter the exact trailhead and turnaround time. We did it every trip. Protocols keep you alive when things turn. At the time, though, the fog just felt inconvenient. I remember turning slowly, expecting the wind to push the mist aside the way it often does at altitude. Instead, it thickened. The air felt wet and strangely quiet. Even the sound of the wind dropped away, muffled by the clouds sitting directly on the ridge. "We should stop a minute," I said. Marjorie agreed with a short nod. She leaned against a dark slab of granite and adjusted the straps on her pack. The cairn that had been 20 feet ahead of us was already gone. Behind us, the path we had followed all morning had dissolved into the same blank white. It wasn't panic that settled in first. It was confusion. Mountains depend on reference points, ridges, tree lines, shadows, angles of slope. When those disappear, your brain keeps trying to assemble them anyway. I turned slowly in a circle, convinced I would spot the trail again if I just shifted my angle a little. Nothing. The fog was so thick it reduced the world to maybe 30 feet in any direction. Marjorie checked her compass while I studied the map folded in my jacket pocket. We knew roughly where we were on the ridge, but the fog had erased the landmarks that would confirm it. Worse, the terrain ahead dropped into several steep gullies that looked identical when visibility vanished. If we chose the wrong one, we could walk miles away from the trail. That's when the safety rules we'd followed for decades took over. When you lose the trail in poor visibility, you stop moving. You conserve energy. You let the people who know your route come to you. We found a shallow hollow between two large boulders that blocked the wind. The rocks gave us something solid to anchor our sense of direction, and the ground there was dry enough to sit. Marjorie pulled out the emergency blanket from her pack, while I checked my phone. One bar of signal blinked weakly, battery at 12%. I tried sending a message to my daughter with our approximate location, but it stalled halfway through and never left the phone. The signal faded back to nothing. Still, we had done the important part earlier, the climbing notification at the trailhead board. Rangers would know our route if we didn't check out by evening. That knowledge steadied us. We settled in to wait. Fog changes sound in strange ways. Sometimes it carries it farther, sometimes it swallows it entirely. I remember hearing a distant rockfall somewhere down the slope, the sharp clatter echoing upward, and for a moment I thought it might be another hiker, but the sound never repeated. Hours passed. We ate half our sandwiches and sipped water slowly. The cold crept in as the afternoon faded. Visibility never improved. By the time daylight began thinning, Marjorie's energy had dropped noticeably. The climb that morning had been long, and the altitude wasn't forgiving. Her legs trembled when she stood to stretch. "We'll stay put through the night," I said. She didn't argue. We wrapped ourselves in our emergency layers and leaned against the granite, watching the fog glow faintly as evening settled over the ridge. I remember thinking how strange it was that an entire mountain could vanish while we were sitting right in the middle of it. Sleep came in shallow pieces. Morning arrived slowly. The fog never lifted. By the second day, our situation had shifted from inconvenience to problem. Marjorie's exhaustion had deepened overnight. Her breathing had that tight edge people get when the body runs low on reserves. She insisted she could still move if we needed to, but the effort of standing told a different story. Search teams would likely start combing the trail sometime that day, if we hadn't checked out. The difficulty was the fog itself. Helicopters wouldn't fly in that visibility, and ground teams would be moving slowly. I checked my phone again. 5% battery. For a moment, a faint signal flickered. Then it vanished. We both understood what that meant. If I could reach a place with clearer signal, even briefly, we could guide rescuers straight toward us. But leaving carried risk. Marjorie studied the slope below us for a long time. The fog shifted slightly, revealing the faint outline of a ridge spur running east. If my map reading was right, that spur eventually intersected the main trail about half a mile down, half a mile in clear weather. In fog, it could feel like 5. She made the decision before I finished weighing the options. "I'll stay here," she said quietly. Her voice wasn't frightened, just tired. She knew moving downhill in that condition could make things worse. I marked our spot carefully before leaving. I stacked 3 flat rocks beside the boulder. and wedged my bright orange hat between them so it would stand out if the fog thinned. Marjorie wrapped herself tighter in the blanket and leaned back against the stone. I told her I would move slowly, follow the ridge spur, and stop immediately if the terrain changed too sharply. She nodded once. The fog swallowed her within 20 steps. Walking in that kind of visibility plays tricks on your balance. The slope looked flat till suddenly it wasn't. More than once, I caught myself drifting sideways without realizing it. I moved carefully from rock to rock, checking the compass every few minutes to keep the same heading. The mountain felt empty. No birds, no voices, just the dull crunch of gravel under my boots. After maybe 20 minutes, the ridge narrowed slightly, confirming I was still on the spur. That small detail felt like winning something important. I kept descending. Eventually the fog thinned just enough for my phone to catch a signal again. 2 bars. Battery at 3%. My hand shook a little as I opened the emergency call screen. The call connected on the second attempt. I spoke quickly, giving the ranger our trailhead, the ridge we had climbed, and the approximate elevation where Marjorie was waiting. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, steady but very loud in the quiet air. The dispatcher confirmed they already had our route notice. Search teams were preparing to deploy. My phone died before I finished the sentence. For a moment, I just stood there holding the black screen. Then I started back up the ridge. The climb felt steeper going the other direction. Fog closed around me again as I gained elevation, turning every rock into a pale shape that looked slightly different than the one before it. But the ridge spur guided me. Eventually, the outline of the boulder appeared. Marjorie was exactly where I had left her, wrapped in silver foil and watching the fog drift across the slope. We didn't say much after that. We both knew the message had gone through. Now we just had to wait. It took several more hours before the first distant voices carried through the fog. At first they sounded like the wind shifting across the ridge. Then the sound sharpened into clear calls moving slowly uphill. Bright jackets emerged from the mist one by one. Rescue teams. The fog never lifted the entire time they escorted us down the mountain. Even when we reached the lower forest, the white cloud clung stubbornly to the upper slopes, hiding the ridge where we had spent nearly 2 days. As we walked away along the trail, I turned once to look back. From below, the mountain looked perfectly calm, its summit still buried inside the same quiet wall of fog. The first thing I remember about the lake that winter was how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet. Dead quiet, the kind that makes every small movement feel like a mistake. I had walked out along the frozen shoreline just after noon, following a narrow band of packed snow where other hikers had passed earlier in the season. By January, the place was nearly empty. The lake stretched gray and flat under a sky that looked like it had forgotten how to brighten. Wind moved across the ice in thin whispers, pushing loose powder in long, pale streaks. I was a psychology student at Hope College then, 20 years old and convinced solitude was good for the mind. My professors talked about introspection like it was a muscle you had to exercise. Long walks, reflection, time alone. I took that advice literally. My roommates thought I was strange for enjoying winter hikes. They stayed inside with coffee and textbooks while I drove to the shoreline outside Holland and walked for hours. That afternoon I parked near the dunes and headed toward the lake with a small pack on my back, a notebook, a sandwich, gloves, hat, basic things. The ice had locked the shoreline into something rigid and pale. Every step made a dry crunch. I remember writing a few observations in my notebook before I started walking. Something about sensory deprivation and how environments affect thought patterns. I like turning places into little psychological experiments. Then I started down the coast. The trail faded not long after the first mile. Snow had drifted across it, leaving only shallow impressions. I followed the edge of the frozen lake because it was easy navigation. Water on the left, low dunes on the right. I walked for a while like that. The lake made soft sounds under the ice, slow pressure noises that carried far across the surface. Every now and then a dull crack echoed from somewhere out in the gray distance. I kept thinking how strange it was that a place so large could feel so empty. Eventually, I reached a stretch where the shoreline curved inward, and the ice looked darker. The wind had scraped snow away there, exposing long sheets of clear frozen surface. Beneath it, I could see black water. I stopped. I remember kneeling and brushing frost from the ice with my glove. It was thick, but the transparency made it unsettling. You could see down into the lake like a window into something cold and deep. That was the last clear memory I have of that day. Everything after that disappears. According to the reports I read later, searchers found my footprints leading along the shoreline for nearly 2 miles. The tracks stayed consistent the entire way, a straight path through the snow. Then they reached the place where the ice opened toward the water. My treks went right up to the edge and stopped. There were no return prints, no marks in the snow suggesting a fall or struggle, no broken ice, just a line of footsteps ending at the frozen lake. My roommates reported me missing that evening, when I never came back to the apartment. Police assumed the obvious conclusion: a college student alone near unstable winter ice. Search teams combed the area for days. Divers went into the water once conditions allowed. They dragged the lake bed. They searched the dunes. Nothing. By spring, my case was labeled a probable drowning. By the end of the year, most people considered me dead. 15 months passed before I walked into a town 700 miles away. I don't remember arriving there. What I remember is standing near a road outside Pittsfield, Massachusetts, feeling like I had just woken up from a long, heavy sleep. My clothes were unfamiliar. The jacket was heavier than anything I owned before. My backpack felt different too, newer, packed carefully. When I opened it, the contents made no sense to me. Inside were folded maps of several states: Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Massachusetts, all marked with small pencil circles in various locations. There were also receipts, bus tickets, a small compass, a notebook. The notebook was not the one I had taken hiking. At first I thought I must have been robbed or drugged, some strange explanation where my belongings had been replaced. But the deeper problem became obvious quickly. I had no memory of the previous 15 months. None. When a police officer questioned me later that afternoon, I answered honestly. My name was Stephen Kubaki. I was a student in Michigan. The last thing I remembered was walking along a frozen lake in winter. Everything after that was blank. He stared at me for a long time before telling me my name had been in national missing person reports for over a year. The newspapers arrived quickly after that. Reporters crowded the station once word spread that a presumed drowning victim had suddenly reappeared in another state. Cameras flashed while I tried to explain something I couldn't understand myself. I told them the truth. I remembered the lake, the ice, the black water beneath it. Then nothing. Doctors ran tests for weeks. Brain scans, psychological evaluations, memory assessments. The conclusion was consistent. My long-term memory before the incident was intact. My cognitive abilities were normal, but the 15 months between the lake and Massachusetts had been erased. One of the psychiatrists called it dissociative amnesia, possibly triggered by trauma. Another suggested fugue state behavior, where someone travels without awareness while adopting a temporary identity. Those explanations sounded clean on paper, but they didn't explain the maps or the items in the pack. And the notebook bothered me most. It contained neat handwriting that looked like mine, but didn't feel like mine. Pages of observations about towns and roads across several states. Notes about distances, landmarks, and weather patterns. The entries were calm and analytical, exactly the kind of structured thinking I used in my studies. Yet I had no recollection of writing a single word. There were also dates. They covered the entire missing period. According to the entries, I had traveled through at least 4 states on foot and by bus, sometimes staying in small towns for weeks, sometimes moving quickly through rural areas. The entries never explained why. They simply recorded movement. One page described a stretch of forest in Pennsylvania, where I apparently camped for several days. Another detailed a long walk along railroad tracks somewhere in Ohio. The tone never changed. Methodical, detached, observant, like a field journal written by someone studying their own journey. My parents visited during the investigation, my roommates too. Seeing them felt both comforting and surreal. Their lives had continued while mine had vanished into a blank space. Police tried to reconstruct my route using the receipts and maps. Some locations matched bus records and small purchases. Other stretches were impossible to trace. Entire weeks passed with no evidence of where I had been. When they asked me directly what happened at the lake, I could only repeat the same answer. I walked to the edge of the ice as I looked down at the water, and then everything stopped. The strangest detail came from the original search team in Michigan. When investigators revisited the site after my reappearance, they re-examined the photographs taken during the first search. My footprints were clearly visible in the snow, leading to the shoreline, but one detail stood out once they looked closer. The final steps near the ice were deeper than the others, as if I had paused there for a long time, standing still, facing the water. I've tried for years to recover that memory. Psychologists used hypnosis, cognitive recall techniques, sensory triggers. Nothing ever brought the missing time back. My life eventually continued. I finished school. I worked in psychology. Ironically, I spent much of my career studying memory and identity, but the blank space remained. The maps are still in my possession. Every once in a while I unfold them and study the small circles marked across the states. I try to imagine the version of myself who traveled those roads without knowing who he was. Sometimes I notice something new, a pattern in the markings, a direction of movement. It always begins at the lake, and it always ends in the same place where I woke up. The last entry in the strange notebook is the one I think about most. It's short, just a single sentence written in the same careful handwriting as the rest. I don't remember writing it, but I recognize the place it describes. The frozen shoreline, the black water under the ice. The line simply says I should not go back to the lake because something waited beneath the surface the day I stood there. And if the ice had broken, I might have understood why I walked away and kept walking for 15 months. The afternoon Lee vanished started like any other late-season hunt, the kind where the cold settles into the trees long before sunset and never quite leaves. The woods behind the cabin were familiar to all of us. We'd walked those ridges for years. Lee knew them better than anyone. He ran those trails in the summer just to stay in shape, cutting through the timber like he'd been born there. That's why none of us thought twice when he stepped away from the group to follow a deer track slipping down into the trees. We'd been glassing a shallow valley behind the cabin when he spotted movement near the tree line. A clean trail of tracks cut across a patch of frost-silvered ground, fresh enough that the edges hadn't collapsed yet. Lee leaned forward, studying them with that quiet focus he had when he was sure about something. He said he'd follow the line down the slope and circle back toward the cabin if the trail held. It wasn't unusual. We split up like that all the time. The sun was still hanging low over the ridgeline when he disappeared between the trees. From the clearing near the cabin, we could still see part of the woods where he'd gone. Thin trunks and scattered rock outcrops stretching down toward a darker band of timber below. If someone moved through there, you could usually catch a glimpse of them. For a while, nothing moved. At first, none of us worried. Lee moved fast when he tracked something. If the deer pushed deeper into the timber, he might be gone an hour before circling back. We stacked some wood beside the fire pit and kept watching the slope. The cold was already starting to creep in. By late afternoon, the wind shifted and the temperature dropped hard. Frost began forming again on the ground where the sun had touched it earlier. The kind of cold that stiffens your hands if you stand still too long. Lee still hadn't come back. One of the guys walked halfway down the trail that led toward the trees and called his name. The sound carried across the valley and disappeared into the timber. Nothing answered. We waited a little longer. As the light started thinning out, we built a fire outside the cabin. The flames threw long shadows across the clearing, bright enough that anyone coming up the slope would see it from a distance. Lee had hunted here enough times to know exactly where the cabin sat in relation to the ridges. Even in the dark, he should have been able to angle back toward the light. Another call went out across the woods. Still nothing. The daughters had been inside the cabin most of the afternoon, reading and listening to the wind rattle the old window frames. They stepped out when the fire got bigger, asking where Lee was. Someone told them he'd just gone after a deer and would be back soon. But by then, we were starting to understand something wasn't right. Lee hadn't taken any survival gear with him. No pack, no extra layers, just the clothes he'd been wearing and his rifle. That might have been fine for a quick track in daylight. Night was coming fast now. The temperature dropped below freezing just after the sun vanished behind the ridge. You could feel it in the air instantly, like the entire forest exhaled cold at once. The trees darkened into tall black shapes, and the clearing around the cabin became an island of firelight surrounded by shadow. We started using signals then. Someone fired a single rifle shot into the air. The sound cracked through the valley and echoed off the ridges. The idea was simple. Lee would hear it and move toward the noise. We waited. The woods stayed silent. Another shot followed a few minutes later. Still nothing. The fire was fed with thicker logs, until flames climbed high enough to throw light well beyond the clearing. Smoke rose straight into the cold sky. Anyone within a mile should have seen it. We began shouting in turns, spacing it out so the calls wouldn't blur together. Lee's name moved through the trees again and again, swallowed by distance. No answer came back. Around that time, the daughter started asking more questions. The kind of questions no one had a good answer for yet. If Lee was hurt, he would have fired his rifle. If he'd gotten turned around, he would have followed the ridgeline back toward the cabin. If he was close enough to hear us, he would have called back. Hours slipped past with the fire burning and the rifles sounding off at intervals. Every noise from the woods made someone look up. Once we heard something moving through the trees down the slope, everyone stood still. The sound faded before it came close enough to identify. Later we found tracks near the edge of the clearing, but they belonged to a small animal crossing through during the night. The cold kept tightening its grip. Without extra clothing or a way to build shelter, the temperature alone could turn dangerous quickly. We all knew it. Lee knew it too. That's why the silence started feeling heavier with every passing hour. Near midnight, a couple of us grabbed flashlights and walked down into the woods where he'd gone. The beams cut thin tunnels through the darkness, bouncing off trunks and frozen brush. The ground was uneven with rock shelves and pockets of dead leaves that muffled footsteps. We called his name again. Nothing answered. The deer tracks he'd followed earlier had already started to disappear under frost. A few impressions remained in softer soil, but the lines scattered after a short distance and dissolved completely among the trees. It became difficult to tell where Lee might have gone after that. The forest felt larger at night, and the same slope we could see clearly from the cabin during daylight, now stretched out in confusing layers of shadow. Every stand of trees looked the same, every ridge bent into another. We searched until our fingers started losing feeling through our gloves. Then we went back to the cabin. The fire was still burning, throwing steady light across the clearing. Someone added more wood while the rest of us stood there staring into the trees, hoping a shape would appear between the trunks. It never did. The daughters stayed awake most of the night, and by morning the temperature had fallen even lower. Frost coated the branches and turned the ground pale gray. We started searching again as soon as the sun pushed weak light into the valley. More people arrived from nearby cabins after hearing what had happened. They spread out through the woods, combing the ridges and gullies in widening circles from the cabin. Calls echoed across the hills all day. We found old trails, rock outcrops, frozen creeks. No sign of Lee, no dropped gear, no disturbed ground that suggested a fall or injury. By late afternoon, the search area had stretched far beyond where anyone expected him to have gone on foot. The woods remained quiet except for the occasional crack of branches under boots. The fire burned again that night outside the cabin. Rifle shots echoed into the dark. The same signals repeated. Still nothing came back. Days passed like that. Searchers walked miles of forest in every direction. Dogs were brought in and worked through the timber until their trails went cold. Helicopters flew overhead once the weather cleared, scanning the ridges from above. The forest gave nothing up. The tracks from that first afternoon had vanished completely by the time the official search teams arrived. Snow came and went in thin layers, erasing anything the ground might have held. Lee had stepped away from the group in the late afternoon and never returned. No one ever found the place where his trail ended. Even now, when I stand near that cabin and look down toward the trees, I can still picture the path he took, disappearing into the timber. The woods there look ordinary. Just another slope covered in pine and rock. But every time the wind moves through those trees, I remember the fire burning in the clearing, and the sound of rifle shots echoing through the cold night, waiting for an answer that never came. The first thing I noticed that morning was how quiet the timber felt. Not the usual mountain quiet either. I mean the kind that presses against your ears until you start checking your rifle safety just to hear a click. Snow was still high on the ridges, but down in the timberline basin the ground showed patches of wet earth and dead needles. My sons and I had hunted that stretch of mountain for years. Every bend in the drainage, every rock shelf where elk liked to bed down, every stand of fir that caught the morning light. I had walked it so many times I could have followed the game trails blindfolded. That morning I moved ahead of the boys along a shallow slope that climbed toward a saddle between two ridges. The wind was steady but not strong, carrying the cold smell of approaching weather. Clouds had begun to stack along the peaks. A storm was building somewhere over the range, though at the time it looked like it would stay higher up. I remember kneeling to check a set of tracks crossing the trail. Fresh mule deer. The hooves had cut clean edges into the soft ground where snow had melted away. I studied them for a moment, mostly out of habit. Hunting is patience more than anything else, and patience grows out of small observations. Behind me, the forest stretched quiet and open. My sons had taken a lower path along the drainage. The plan was simple. We would move in a loose line, spaced out but still within shouting distance, and circle the basin before the weather rolled in. We had done it that way many times. I stood and adjusted the sling on my rifle. That was the last moment that felt normal. The slope steepened as I moved upward. Fir trees grew tighter together there, their trunks dark with moisture. Needles softened every step. I could still see the drainage through breaks in the timber. A gray ribbon of rock and brush where my son should have been moving along the lower side, but the woods kept swallowing sound. I stopped once and listened. Nothing. No snapping branches, no voices, no movement except wind moving through the high branches. I checked my watch. Still early afternoon. The clouds had thickened faster than expected. Snow began as small flakes drifting sideways through the trees. At first it looked harmless. Spring storms in the mountains often passed through quickly, leaving little more than a dusting. I kept moving toward the saddle, thinking I might get one good look across the far slope before the weather settled in. Halfway up the incline, the wind changed. It came hard and sudden, pushing through the timber with a low rushing sound that reminded me of distant water. Snow thickened instantly. Visibility dropped to maybe 30 yards between the trunks. I paused again. The mountain looked different already. Landmarks blurred together as the snow filled the spaces between trees. I could still orient myself by the slope and the drainage below, but I knew the boys would likely turn back once the storm strengthened. I decided I would do the same. I turned downhill. Something about the slope felt wrong immediately. The drainage should have been visible through the trees, but the snowfall had erased the depth of the terrain. Everything looked flat and gray. The fir trunks stood like dark posts in a fog. I took several careful steps and checked my compass. The needle pointed correctly, but the ground beneath my boots slanted in a way I didn't remember. Experienced hunters learn to trust terrain more than instruments. The shape of land tells you where you are, and the land suddenly felt unfamiliar. I stopped again and listened. Nothing. The wind carried snow sideways through the timber, covering the ground behind me, faster than I expected. My tracks were already fading. I walked another 20 yards downhill and reached a narrow clearing where a deadfall had opened the forest. The drainage should have been right there. It wasn't. Instead, the slope rolled away into deeper timber I had never seen before. That was the first moment I felt something cold move through my chest. Not panic, just confusion strong enough to make me stand still longer than I should have. I studied the compass again and adjusted my direction slightly east. Funny, snow kept falling. The storm grew heavy enough that the trees began to disappear into white. Beyond 30 yards, wind pushed through the branches with a hollow sound. I could barely hear my own boots in the needles. I kept moving. For minutes stretched longer than they should have. The slope changed again. What should have been a descent into the drainage felt more like a long sideways traverse across the mountain. I checked the compass again. Still correct. I walked faster. Branches brushed against my coat as I moved through tighter stands of timber. The ground grew uneven. Rocks hidden beneath needles caught my boots. I slowed again, breathing harder than I expected. My glasses had begun to fog from the cold air and exertion. I wiped them with my glove. When I looked up again, the forest had changed. The trees were thicker, older, tall trunks rising straight up with almost no lower branches. The kind of timber you usually find deeper in the mountain where logging never reached. I didn't recognize any of it. Wind howled through the canopy above. I shouted once, for my sons. The sound vanished into the storm. No answer came back. I started downhill again, more carefully this time. Snow had begun to accumulate in shallow drifts between roots and rocks. My boots sank deeper with each step. The cold crept into my fingers despite the gloves. I reached a steep section of ground where the slope broke into scattered rock shelves. One wrong step there could twist an ankle. I slowed further, testing each foothold before shifting my weight. Then the ground leveled out again beneath a large pine. The tree stood alone in a small opening, its branches heavy with wet snow. The trunk was thick enough that two men together might struggle to wrap their arms around it. Something about that tree pulled my attention. Maybe it was the way the snow had piled in a smooth ring around the base, untouched by wind. Or maybe it was the strange quiet in that clearing, compared to the storm moving through the rest of the forest. I stepped closer. The world felt muffled suddenly, like someone had closed a door between me and the wind. My breathing sounded loud in my ears. I looked back once toward the slope behind me. Snow erased the path I had taken. The forest looked identical in every direction. For a long moment I stood beneath that pine, trying to understand how a place I had hunted my entire life could suddenly feel so unfamiliar. Then something moved beyond the trees. Not a shape exactly, more like the absence of one. The snow fell harder, the forest blurred. I took one step backward, another. My boot caught on something hidden beneath the snow. I stumbled and dropped to one knee, rifle sliding from my shoulder. My glasses slipped down my nose. Cold snow soaked through the knee of my pants. The storm roared around the clearing. I picked up the rifle. I wiped my glasses again. I tried to focus through the snowfall toward the darker shapes between trees. Nothing moved. The silence pressed close again. I stood beneath that pine for several seconds longer, listening to my breathing and the wind fighting through the branches above. Then the snow thickened until the forest vanished entirely. I stepped away from the tree and walked straight into the white. The search lasted days, according to what my sons later told the deputies. The storm that afternoon grew worse than anyone expected. Snow buried the mountain overnight. Visibility dropped to nothing across most of the basin. Search teams struggled to reach the area until the weather eased. My sons retraced the route we had planned to take. Deputies followed the drainage and combed the surrounding slopes. Volunteers spread out through the timber as soon as conditions allowed. No tracks remained. The storm had wiped the mountain clean. Weeks passed. Then months. Spring thaw revealed the ground again. Snow retreated from the ridges and drained into the creeks. The forest returned to its usual quiet patterns of wind and wildlife. That was when someone found the tree. A volunteer searcher noticed it first, while moving along a ridge above the basin. A large pine standing alone in a small clearing. At the base of the trunk sat my rifle. Next to it lay my glasses. One boot rested beside them, upright as if it had been carefully set down. The ground around the tree showed no signs of disturbance. No drag marks, no scattered gear, no blood, Nothing broken or buried beneath the needles. Just those 3 items placed neatly together beneath the pine. Searchers combed the area again after that discovery. They expanded the radius for miles across the mountain. They found nothing else. No tracks. No clothing. No remains. Just the quiet clearing, the tall pine, and the small circle of untouched ground where my things waited as if someone had expected me to return for them. The first clear memory I have is the sound of my helmet hitting ice. It wasn't dramatic. No avalanche. No steep drop. No cinematic crash. Just a sharp sideways slip on a groomed run behind the resort where my coworkers and I had been skiing all morning. 1 second my edges were steady. The next my skis crossed and I slammed the side of my head against the packed snow. The sound carried strangely through the helmet shell. A hollow plastic knock that seemed louder inside my skull than it should have been. I lay there for a moment staring up at a sky so bright it looked metallic. The mountain air smelled clean and thin. My vision tunneled, then widened again. Someone from our group skied over. A few minutes later, ski patrol arrived. They asked simple questions, the kind meant to check orientation. My name, the date, where we were staying. I remember answering everything correctly, though each answer felt like it came from a few steps away from me. The patrol medic said it looked like a mild concussion. I was escorted down the slope, walked slowly into the resort clinic, and sat on a narrow exam bed while someone shined a light into my eyes. My head throbbed in a slow, deep rhythm. They told me to rest the afternoon and avoid skiing the next day. That is the last normal moment I remember. According to the resort incident report, I left the clinic under my own power at around 2 in the afternoon. The clinic camera shows me walking steadily through the lobby, helmet under one arm, jacket zipped halfway. My coworker said I seemed quiet but functional. Someone suggested dinner later that night. I never showed up. What follows is reconstructed from security cameras, phone pings, and witness statements. I have watched the footage myself. It feels like watching a stranger wearing my face. The resort garage camera shows me entering the underground parking area just before 3. I walk slowly between rows of rental SUVs and pickup trucks, looking around like I'm trying to remember where I parked. The strange part is that we had arrived by shuttle. I had no car there. For several minutes I wander between the concrete pillars. My movements are deliberate but unfocused, like someone following instructions they can't quite hear. Then I stop beside a dark sedan near the exit ramp. The camera angle is bad, but the driver door opens from the inside. I pause, lean down slightly, and then get in. The car leaves 30 seconds later. No one reported it missing. For the next 6 days, I do not exist in any place I recognize. My phone stayed powered on for most of that time. Authorities later traced its signal moving steadily across the country, hopping between highways and small towns, gas stations, truck stops, rest areas, a long diagonal path stretching almost 2,000 miles. Every record shows me traveling. I remember none of it. The first fragment of memory arrives like a photograph dropped into darkness. I am inside a car. The interior smells faintly like old coffee and winter jackets. The dashboard lights glow green. Outside the windows, there is only night and the blur of highway reflectors sliding past. I am sitting in the passenger seat, hands folded loosely in my lap. Someone is driving. I never see their face. When I try to focus on that memory, it breaks apart. The steering wheel shape, the hum of tires, the rhythm of passing lights. Everything exists without a clear center. The driver is only a presence to my left, shifting slightly with the motion of the car. Then the memory stops. Another fragment. A gas station canopy in the middle of nowhere. Yellow sodium lights buzzing overhead. Snow piled against a curb. I'm standing beside the same car, holding a cup of coffee that has already gone cold. I feel strangely calm. Not confused, not frightened, just empty. Those are the only pieces I have from the trip. The rest is silence. On the 6th day, a security guard found me sitting on the concrete floor of a parking garage in downtown Boston. I had started the week in Colorado. The garage belonged to a medical office building. The guard said he noticed me on the surveillance monitor because I had been sitting in the same place for nearly an hour. The camera shows me leaning against a support column, knees pulled slightly toward my chest, staring across the empty rows of cars. When he approached, I looked up like someone waking from a nap. I knew my name. I knew the year. I knew I had been skiing days earlier. But when he asked how I got there, the question felt impossible. My head still hurt. A deep pressure behind my left temple pulsed with every heartbeat. The guard said I looked pale and disoriented, so he called for medical help. The paramedics checked my wallet, saw my Colorado ID, and asked the obvious question: why was I sitting in a Boston parking garage? I had no answer. Authorities pieced together the timeline after that. Phone data showed the long cross-country movement. Gas station cameras occasionally captured a blurry glimpse of me, standing near the same dark sedan. Always passenger side. Always the same posture. The car's plates were never visible. Investigators tried to track it through toll cameras and traffic systems, but the vehicle never appeared clearly enough to identify. It was like the car existed only in the spaces between cameras. My family flew out once they heard where I had been found. My coworkers followed the story online, trying to reconcile the quiet guy they'd come skiing with and the man who had apparently crossed half the country without remembering it. Doctors focused on the head injury. They explained that trauma can disrupt memory formation, especially when combined with fatigue and stress. A concussion could have left me confused, but capable of basic functioning. In that state, it was possible I had simply wandered into the wrong car and been carried along by circumstances. That explanation works on paper. It doesn't match the details. For one thing, the journey lasted 6 days. That means I ate, drank, used restrooms, slept somewhere. Yet the only clear memory fragments I have are those 2 moments in or near the car. No hotels ever showed up in the investigation. No purchases tied to my card except a single vending machine charge in Nebraska. Everything else is blank. The other problem is the driver. Someone drove that car across the country. Someone stopped for fuel and food. Someone let a concussed stranger sit silently in the passenger seat for days. Police tried to locate witnesses who might have spoken with the driver. No one remembered anything useful. Gas station attendants recalled a quiet car pulling in late at night, sometimes with both occupants staying inside while the pump ran. Always too dark to see faces. Always gone before anyone paid attention. Months passed before I finally watched the garage footage from Boston. It's unsettling to see yourself in a moment you cannot remember. The video shows me sitting against the column exactly as the guard described. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. A few parked cars cast long shadows across the concrete. For nearly the entire recording, I don't move. Then, about 40 minutes in, something changes. I slowly lift my head and look toward the garage entrance ramp. The camera angle shows nothing there yet, just the sloping lane leading up to street level. But I stare in that direction like I'm waiting. A few seconds later, headlights sweep briefly across the wall at the top of the ramp. A car passes outside on the street above. The light fades. In the video, my shoulder sags slightly after it disappears. Not relief. Something closer to disappointment. I sit there another 15 minutes before the guard arrives. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up with the feeling of highway motion still in my body. That low vibration of tires on pavement, the steady rhythm of reflectors slipping past in the dark, and every once in a while when I'm in a parking garage or a gas station late at night, a strange thought creeps in. Not that I was kidnapped, not that I wandered, but that for 6 days I was exactly where someone expected me to be, riding quietly across the country in the passenger seat of a car I never chose to enter, until the moment I finally stepped out and the car kept going. The afternoon I disappeared from the mountain began clear enough that I left my heavier gear in the trunk. I remember standing beside my car in the gravel turnout, looking up at the ridgeline above the timber. The sun was bright, the sky thin and blue in that high country way that makes distances look shorter than they are. I had climbed that trail before during summer field breaks from the university, usually as a way to burn off the restlessness that built up after long weeks in lecture halls. I was a professor who preferred movement to sitting, running trails behind campus, long hikes on weekends, the occasional impulsive climb when the weather looked cooperative. Fitness had always given me a quiet confidence. If something went wrong outdoors, I assumed I could walk myself out of it. That assumption was the first mistake. The trailhead sign listed the peak distance and the usual warnings about sudden weather changes. I read them the way people read the back of a cereal box, with half my attention. In my pack, I had water, a light jacket, and a paperback guidebook describing the ridge routes in the area. No emergency dive, no serious winter layers. It was early afternoon when I started. The path climbed through spruce forest, the ground dry and soft with needles. A steady incline, nothing technical. I moved quickly, the way I always did when hiking alone. The air smelled sharp and cold, but the sunlight warmed my shoulders through the thin jacket. I passed a couple on their way down, maybe 40 minutes into the climb. A tall man and a woman with trekking poles. Later, I would learn their name was Nermeyer. At the time, it was just a polite moment on the trail. They stepped aside as I came up the narrow section between rocks. I remember the woman studying my pack briefly. Light day kit, she probably thought. We exchanged the usual trail greetings. I kept moving. The trees thinned as the path approached the ridge. The wind picked up in short gusts, carrying colder air from somewhere above. The sky had changed in a way I did not register at first. The blue had faded into a pale flat color. When I reached the summit rocks, the view opened across miles of wilderness, ridges folding into each other, dark valleys filled with forest, distant slopes already shadowed. I stood there only a few minutes. Something about the wind made me uneasy. It wasn't strong yet, but it carried a damp edge that suggested incoming weather. The horizon to the west had thickened into a gray line that hadn't been there earlier. I remember shifting my weight from foot to foot, feeling restless in a way that didn't match the calm view. Then I started down. The Nieremeyers were still somewhere below me on the trail, though I didn't see them again at that moment. I descended quickly through the rocky upper section, my shoes scraping loose gravel. Clouds moved over the ridge faster than I expected. By the time I reached the first stand of trees, the sunlight had dulled to a flat gray light. The temperature dropped enough that I pulled my jacket tight. Snow began as a few dry grains drifting sideways through the branches, not unusual at that elevation. But the pace of it worried me. The trail curved along the ridge before dropping into the forest switchbacks. I followed it automatically, head down, focused on footing. The wind strengthened, carrying bursts of sleet mixed with snow. Somewhere along that ridge section I reached a junction. One path angled left and down into thicker forest. The other continued along the ridge crest for a short distance before descending more gradually. I stopped there and pulled the guidebook from my pack. The page showed a rough map of the routes around the peak. I held it open with numb fingers while snow tapped against the paper. The wind made it difficult to read. I remember thinking the left path would get me out of the weather faster. It dropped steeply toward a drainage that eventually connected to the main trail lower down. That was what I believed anyway. I folded the guidebook and took the left turn. The trail narrowed quickly. Within minutes, it looked less traveled than the main route. The snow thickened, covering the ground in a thin white layer that erased footprints. The slope dropped more sharply than I expected. Loose rocks shifted under the snow. Small channels of meltwater cut through the dirt and disappeared downhill between trees. The wind pushed snow sideways through the branches, blurring the shapes of the forest. I kept moving. A fit person with plenty of daylight left should have been able to correct a mistake like that. That was my reasoning, but the terrain changed in subtle ways that I did not fully notice until it was too late. The faint trail dissolved into a narrow drainage channel. Water ran beneath patches of ice, slipping under fallen branches and exposed roots. The sides of the slope steepened into short rocky walls that forced me to follow the water downward. Snow turned to wet flakes mixed with cold rain. My jacket soaked through at the shoulders. I stopped once and pulled the guidebook out again. The pages were damp now, curling along the edges. I tried to match the shape of the drainage with the map. It didn't fit. The ridge lines on the page suggested the drainage bent east toward the main trail. The one I stood in curved deeper into the valley. I climbed a few steps up the side of the channel to get a better view. The rocks were slick with ice beneath the new snow. My boots slipped, and I caught myself against a tree trunk. The movement tore several pages from the back of the guidebook, sending them skittering down the drainage in the wind and water. I watched them slide away between the rocks. That was the moment the situation changed from inconvenience to problem. The storm intensified as the afternoon faded. Snow mixed with rain until the air felt like a cold sheet of needles against my face. The forest darkened early under the thick clouds. I tried climbing out of the drainage. The slopes on both sides were steeper than they had looked from below. Wet soil gave way under my boots. Every few steps upward slid me back toward the narrow stream channel. The only direction that remained manageable was down, so I followed the drainage deeper into the wilderness. Time stretched in an uncomfortable way when the landscape repeats itself. Trees leaning over the same narrow channel. Rocks hidden under water. Slopes too steep to climb. The storm muffled sound until the world shrank to the immediate circle of gray trees and falling snow around me. At one point, I thought I heard voices carried faintly by the wind. Probably the search teams that would later comb the mountain. Though at the time I assumed it might be other hikers on the main trail. I tried to climb toward the sound. The slope rejected me again. I slid back into the drainage, my hands numb and shaking. The daylight drained from the forest earlier than it should have. Wet snow clung to the branches and sagged them low over the channel. The water in the drainage widened into shallow pools between boulders. I remember sitting on one of those rocks to rest. My breathing fogged the cold air. Rain tapped steadily on the hood of my jacket. The guidebook in my pack had lost most of its pages. Somewhere above the ridge, the wind howled through the trees. I tried to picture the trailhead parking lot, my car sitting alone in the gravel turnout. The neat line of forest where the official trail began. The distance between that image and where I sat felt larger than it should have. I stood again and followed the drainage deeper into the darkening valley. Later, people would find my car at the trailhead after the storm passed. They would speak to the Niermeyers, who remembered seeing a man moving quickly down from the summit while the weather was still changing. Search teams would enter the forest the next morning. Some of the torn pages from my guidebook would be discovered in the drainage, far below the junction where the wrong turn likely happened. The terrain beyond that point grows rougher and harder to search. By the time the light faded completely, the storm had erased the last clear traces of the path I had taken. The forest closed around the narrow channel of water and stone, and the only direction left was farther down into the dark valley below. The wind had scoured the ridge clean by the time I stepped away from the others and angled toward the slope that would take me down into the basin. Snow blew in, long gray sheets across the open face of the mountain, thin enough that the rocks beneath showed through like bruises. I remember tightening the straps on my pack and glancing back once. The group was a cluster of dark figures moving slowly along the ridgeline, their voices carried off by the wind before any words reached me. I had done enough winter hiking to trust my own judgment. My name is Jim McGrogan. I was a physician, a surgeon by training, and I had spent years learning how the human body behaves under stress, cold exposure, trauma, hypoxia. These things were clinical concepts to me as much as physical realities. That morning on the mountain, they still felt theoretical. We had started early under a hard blue sky, the kind of high-altitude light that makes every edge sharp. The plan was simple: move together across the ridge, descend to the basin, and reach the trailhead by mid-afternoon. Nothing about it was technical. It was a winter outing among friends who trusted each other. The ridge itself was narrow, but manageable. Snow had packed into firm drifts along the crest, and the wind kept most of the loose powder from building up. I walked near the back of the group, listening to the crunch of boots and the steady rhythm of breathing through scarves. Somewhere near midday, I noticed the route bending farther west than I expected. The basin we intended to reach lay below us to the south. a wide depression surrounded by broken cliffs and fields of old ice. From where I stood, I could see the slope that dropped into it directly. The path the others followed would eventually curve down as well, but it meant a longer traverse along the ridge before descending. I remember thinking it was unnecessary. The slope beneath me looked steep but manageable, covered with wind-packed snow that appeared stable from above. I had descended worse terrain in the past. Cutting straight down would save time and energy, and I could reach the basin floor well ahead of the others. I raised an arm and pointed toward the basin. The response from the group was a mix of gestures and movement that suggested disagreement, though the wind shredded whatever words were spoken. Someone lifted both hands in a shrug. Someone else waved as if to say they would meet me below. That was the last clear moment I remember seeing them. I turned away and began descending alone. The first part went smoothly. The snow held my weight without collapsing, and the angle of the slope allowed me to move in careful switchbacks. Each step sank only a few inches before finding firm crust. I kept my balance with a trekking pole and tested every patch of snow before committing my weight. The basin opened wider below me with each step, and from a distance the terrain looked smooth. But as I moved lower, the surface revealed its real structure. Old ice falls cut across the slope in long frozen waves where past avalanches had spilled down and hardened. Between those ridges were narrow gullies filled with wind-drifted snow. I slowed. The ice itself was blue and glassy, where the wind had scraped it clean. Snow covered the edges, disguising the transitions between solid ground and slick slopes. I picked my way along the margins of one frozen cascade, keeping to the areas where rock broke through. The cold began to press through my boots. That part wasn't unusual. High-altitude winter air steals heat steadily, especially when the wind pushes through clothing seams. I flexed my toes inside the boots to keep circulation moving. The motion was automatic, something every winter hiker learns. The slope steepened near the middle of the basin wall. From above, it had looked like a gentle roll of snow, but up close it was a field of tilted ice slabs layered beneath thin drifts. The safe route would have been to traverse left along a line of exposed rock. Instead, I angled down again, believing I could cross the ice quickly. My first step onto it held. The second step slid half a foot before stopping. I shifted my weight, planting the trekking pole harder, and tried to step diagonally across the surface. The pole skittered sideways with a dry scraping sound. That was when I realized the wind had polished the ice into something closer to glass. I remember pausing there, studying the slope below me. It dropped toward a narrow trough filled with deeper snow. If I could reach that drift, the footing would improve. It was only a short distance. I leaned forward and took another step. The sole of my boot lost its grip completely. There is a moment in a fall when the body still believes it can recover. I shifted my hips, drove the pole downward, and tried to dig the edge of the other boot into the surface. Nothing caught. The mountain tilted and began sliding past me. I fell sideways first, then onto my back. The sky spun across my vision as I accelerated down the ice. I tried to twist onto my stomach to slow myself, but every movement made the slide faster. The basin walls blurred. I remember striking something hard with my shoulder. A flash of pain cut through the cold sharp enough that my arm went numb immediately. The impact spun me again and sent me tumbling over the edge of the ice sheet into deeper snow. The fall ended with a sudden stop. For a few seconds I could only hear the wind and the slow pounding of my pulse inside my head. Snow pressed against my face where I lay half buried in the drift. I pushed myself upright and felt a heavy dizziness wash through me. My left arm would not lift. Even before examining it closely, I knew the shoulder was badly damaged. The joint had a loose, unstable sensation that suggested either dislocation or fracture. When I tried to stand, a bolt of pain shot down my side and into my ribs. I stayed kneeling in the snow until the dizziness settled. Medical training is useful in moments like that. You begin evaluating the situation the same way you would assess a patient. Airway, breathing, circulation, mobility. I could breathe. I was conscious. My legs still functioned. The cold, however, was already working deeper into my body. The slide had torn snow into my clothing. My gloves were packed with ice, and the wind pushed through the wet fabric instantly. I brushed as much of it away as I could and forced myself to stand again. The basin floor lay below me now, perhaps 100 yards away. Between me and that flatter ground stretched another section of broken ice, scattered with chunks that had fallen from the cliffs above. Some of the pieces were as large as cars. They formed a frozen maze where old avalanches had shattered and refrozen. I began moving toward it slowly. Each step sent pain through my ribs. My left arm hung uselessly at my side. I used the trekking pole with my right hand to steady myself, planting it carefully before every shift of weight. The wind intensified as the afternoon wore on. At first I noticed the cold, mainly in my fingers and toes. Then the sensation changed. The burning numbness in my feet became something duller, almost comfortable, as if the boots had grown strangely warm. I knew what that meant. Hypothermia alters the body in stages. Peripheral blood vessels constrict to preserve heat around the vital organs. Sensation fades. Judgment begins to soften at the edges. Even knowing that, the warmth in my feet felt convincing. I remember stopping beside a block of ice, taller than my head, and sitting down to rest. The surface of the block had been carved smooth by years of wind. My breath drifted across it in pale clouds. My boots felt unbearably tight. The thought formed quietly but persistently. Remove them, just for a moment to relieve the pressure. Circulation would return. Warmth would follow. The reasoning sounded clinical, almost sensible. I worked the laces loose with stiff fingers. The boots slid off easily once the knots were undone. My socks were damp, but the cold no longer felt sharp. I set the boots beside the ice and stood again. The snow beneath my feet felt strangely soft. I took a few steps without them, meaning only to stretch my toes before putting them back on. The basin had grown very quiet except for the wind moving across the icefall. Then the ground vanished. A shelf of snow collapsed beneath my weight, where it bridged a narrow gap between two slabs of ice. I dropped through the opening and struck the frozen rock below. The impact drove the air from my lungs. Pain radiated through my ribs and shoulder as I rolled onto my back. Above me, the sky had faded into a pale afternoon gray. The wind still moved across the basin, but down in that narrow crevice, the sound was distant. I tried to sit up. My body did not respond the way it should. The cold spread inward now, deeper than before, dulling the edges of everything. I remember looking up at the broken shapes of ice, leaning over the gap and thinking how small the opening must appear from above. The boots remained somewhere beyond that drift. By the time the search teams reached the basin days later, the storm had buried much of the slope where I fell. They found my pack farther upslope with my communication device still inside it. Untouched, my body lay among the ice blocks below. Injuries consistent with a fall that ended where the snow bridge had collapsed. The official explanation was simple. Separation from the group. A fall on unstable ice. Hypothermia influencing judgment. All of those things were true. What stayed with the people who searched the basin afterward was the quiet detail they mentioned in their reports and conversations. The boots were found sitting neatly beside the icefall above the crevice, as if I had stepped out of them deliberately and walked away barefoot into a mountain that was already trying to take the heat from my bones. Rain had already soaked the campground by the time I unlocked the maintenance shed that morning. The gravel lanes were dark and slick, and the trees along the border ridge hung heavy with water. I had been the volunteer caretaker there for 3 seasons, which mostly meant checking fire rings, clearing fallen branches, and reminding campers about the rules posted at the entrance kiosk. On mornings like that one, the place usually felt half asleep. Rain keeps people close to their tents. I remember the sound first, a small electric whir drifting across the damp clearing, near the picnic tables. When I looked over, I saw Kurt Newton driving a little battery-powered toy vehicle along the edge of the gravel loop. It was one of those plastic ride-on cars kids steer with a chunky wheel, while their feet barely reach the pedals. Bright red, mud splashed along the sides from the rain. Kurt was small for his age and stayed close to the campground roads whenever I saw him. The woods made him nervous. His parents had told me that the evening before when we talked near their site, he wouldn't even step off the gravel path unless one of them walked beside him. That morning he was circling the open area beside the bathrooms, rolling slow through shallow puddles. The forest started less than 30 yards away. He never looked toward it. The rain thickened for a few minutes, tapping hard on the metal roof of the maintenance shed while I sorted tools inside. When I stepped back out, Kurt was still there. He had parked near the edge of the clearing and was pushing the toy vehicle through a patch of wet grass where the battery motor struggled. His parents' tent sat across the loop road. The flap was zipped shut. I figured they were still sleeping. The place was quiet enough that I could hear water dripping from the pine branches overhead. Kurt turned the wheel slowly, guiding the toy vehicle along the gravel road that curved past the campground entrance. He moved carefully, almost like he was staying where the ground felt familiar. Then he rolled out of sight behind a line of parked campers. I didn't think anything of it. Kids wander around campgrounds all the time, and Kurt wasn't heading toward the forest. He was moving along the road that circled back through the sites. I went back to work clearing a clogged drainage ditch near the bathrooms. About half an hour later, the first raised voice cut through the rain. At first, it sounded like someone calling a name casually across the campground. Then the voice came again, sharper. Kurt. I stepped around the corner of the building and saw his mother standing in the road barefoot, rain soaking through her sweatshirt. She was turning in slow circles like she expected him to pop out from behind a tent. His father came out seconds later, already pulling on a jacket. They asked if I had seen him. I told them I had, just a little while earlier, driving his toy car along the road. Relief crossed their faces for a moment. They assumed he had rolled over to the far sites where other families were staying, but 10 minutes later they came back. The relief was gone. We walked the campground loop together in the rain, checking every campsite, every picnic shelter, every stretch of gravel road. I expected to hear the faint motor of the toy vehicle somewhere. Instead, the campground felt strangely still. No tire tracks led into the woods, and no footprints left the road. Kurt's parents kept calling his name while we moved between campsites. The rain should have made tracking easier. The mud along the road's shoulders held marks clearly, but we didn't find any. By the time the first ranger truck arrived, most of the campers were already outside helping search. Someone checked the bathrooms. Someone else checked the creek that ran behind the far ridge. I kept circling back to the gravel road near the entrance where I had last seen him. The ground there was soft with rain. Still no small tracks. Around mid-morning, a camper from one of the outer sites approached the ranger with something that made everyone stop talking. He said he had seen a vehicle leaving earlier, not one of the registered campers. He described an older dark SUV driving fast down the access road that led toward the border highway, faster than vehicles usually move through the campground, fast enough that it sprayed mud from the shoulder. The ranger asked when he had seen it. The camper pointed down the road, right around the time folks started yelling for the kid. That was the first moment when the air in the campground changed. Search teams arrived quickly after that. More rangers, sheriff deputies, volunteers from the nearby town. They brought tracking dogs and spread out through the forest, despite the rain. If Kurt had wandered even a few yards into the trees, the mud should have recorded it. But every search group came back with the same report. Nothing. The dogs circled the campground roads repeatedly, noses low, then drifted toward the entrance road where vehicles passed. By late morning, someone drove the road leading toward the highway. About a mile away, just beyond a bend where the trees thin out near the border marker, they found the toy vehicle. It was sitting upright in the gravel turnout beside the road, not broken, not flipped, just parked there. Mud on the wheels matched the campground dirt. The battery motor still hummed faintly when they pressed the pedal. I rode with one of the deputies when they went to check it. The turnout sat quiet between tall, wet pines. Rainwater pooled along the edge of the road. The toy vehicle looked impossibly small against the empty stretch of gravel. There were no footprints around it. The mud should have shown something. Even our own boots left deep impressions when we stepped near it. But the ground around the toy car was smooth except for the tire tracks of passing trucks. I kept thinking about the distance. Kurt had been driving slowly along the campground road not long before. He was afraid of the woods. There was no path he could have taken that wouldn't leave marks in the mud, and there was no way that little toy vehicle could travel a mile uphill on its own. Search crews spent the entire afternoon combing the forest between the campground and the turnout. They used heavy equipment to move fallen logs and check thick brush where a child might hide. Dogs ran grid patterns along the road and into the woods. Helicopters flew low over the tree line once the rain eased. Every few hours someone would call out Kurt's name again, just in case he was nearby and scared to answer. The forest stayed silent. By evening, the turnout looked like a staging area. Trucks lined the roadside. Floodlights illuminated the wet gravel where the toy vehicle sat as evidence teams photographed it from every angle. I stood back near the trees watching them work. My boots were coated in mud from walking the campground all day. I tried to replay the morning in my head. Kurt steering carefully through puddles. The red toy vehicle creeping along the gravel road. The forest he avoided. The rain that erased sound beyond a short distance. There was a narrow window between the last time I saw him and when his parents realized he was gone. Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe less. In that time, he had somehow traveled a mile away without leaving a trail. The witness kept repeating his story to the deputies. The dark SUV speeding down the access road, but they never located a vehicle that matched the description. No cameras covered the entrance road. The highway patrol checked traffic reports along the border routes. Nothing stood out. As night fell, search teams kept moving through the forest with headlamps and dogs. The rain had stopped by then, leaving the trees dripping quietly in the dark. The campground emptied as families packed up and left under ranger direction. By midnight, the only light still glowing came from the search crews along the ridge, and the turnout where the toy vehicle remained under a tarp. I walked back through the campground once more, before heading home. The gravel loop was empty. Water still dripped from the branches overhead. Kurt's parents' campsite sat abandoned except for a few chairs and the imprint of their tent in the wet grass. The forest line stood dark beyond the road. That morning I had watched a boy carefully steer his toy vehicle along the edge of the campground. Because the woods frightened him, he never looked toward the trees. He stayed on the road, and somewhere between the rain, the quiet campground, and a mile of empty road leading toward the border, Kurt Newton vanished without leaving a single mark in the mud. The afternoon Tom Messick disappeared. I remember the silence first, not the ordinary quiet you get in the Adirondacks when the wind drops and the birds settle. I mean the kind of silence that feels like something has been taken away. We were deep in the woods near Brant Lake, spread out along a low ridge the way we had done every fall for years. I had a clear line through the trees to the next man in our line, maybe 100 yards away, orange vest bright against the gray bark. Beyond him, farther along the ridge, was Tom. Tom was 82 that season, a Korean War veteran, half blind in one eye, hard of hearing in the other. Arthritis had stiffened his knees so bad he walked with a slow, careful shuffle, but he never missed our annual hunt. We never let him take the rough trails anymore. That year, we placed him at a fixed point along the ridge where the ground flattened near a patch of scrub and a line of old boulders. His job was simple. Sit, watch the woods, and call out on the radio if he saw movement. We were pushing deer slowly through the timber toward the lake basin. Nothing aggressive, just a long, careful sweep through the forest, each of us spaced apart so the animals would drift downhill toward the standers waiting below. Tom sat at the northern end of the line, backed up against a tree with his radio clipped to his jacket. He had his rifle across his lap, and he vanished while the rest of us stood within shouting distance. The woods were dry that day. Fallen needles and brittle leaves covered everything. If someone took 2 steps off the trail, you heard it. If a deer ran, the sound carried like breaking glass through the trees. Around mid-afternoon, the wind faded away. It happened slowly enough that none of us noticed at first. The branches stopped moving. The little creaks in the canopy faded. Then the birds went quiet. I stood there scanning the brush below me, expecting a deer to slip through any minute. Instead, the forest seemed to flatten into something dull and empty. No squirrels, no chickadees, not even the usual tapping of a woodpecker, just stillness. I remember shifting my boots and hearing the leaves crunch under my feet, louder than they should have been. I keyed my radio and checked in with the next man down the line. He answered immediately. Everyone else checked in too, except Tom. At first, no one thought much about it. Radios fail all the time in the woods. Batteries die. Signals drop behind ridges. But the silence stretched longer than it should have. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I remember looking up the ridge toward the patch of woods where Tom was sitting. I couldn't see him directly through the trees, but I knew roughly where he was. A big maple trunk, a fallen log beside it. He had described the spot earlier when we placed him there. Another man tried calling him on the radio. Nothing. The forest stayed unnaturally quiet. Eventually, one of the guys started walking up the ridge to check on him. I moved the same direction from my position, so we'd meet somewhere near Tom's stand. It took maybe 4 minutes to reach the spot. His tree was exactly where he said it would be. The fallen log too, but Tom wasn't there. His seat cushion was still on the ground. The radio he had clipped to his jacket earlier was lying in the leaves beside it. The rifle was gone, and there was no sign of him anywhere. No footprints leaving the area, no disturbed brush, nothing. At first we assumed he had wandered off after hearing something. Even with his bad knees, Tom sometimes tried to follow deer on his own. We started searching the immediate area, spreading out carefully so we wouldn't ruin tracks if there were any. The ground told us almost nothing. The leaf cover was thick enough that footprints didn't show clearly, but we should have seen scuffs or broken stems if someone had moved quickly through there. We saw none. What we did find was stranger. Tom's hearing aid lay in the leaves about 10 feet from the tree. It looked like it had simply fallen out, not ripped away, not crushed. Just sitting there. One of the men called the Rangers within the hour. They arrived before sunset. By nightfall, the ridge was full of searchlights moving through the trees. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters circled the lake basin. We stayed nearby while they worked, answering questions and retracing every step we had taken that afternoon. The search dogs reacted strongly to Tom's scent around the tree where he had been sitting. They followed it in a tight circle through the immediate area. Then they lost it. Not gradually. It simply stopped. One handler told me later, it was like the scent trail ended in midair. The next morning, the search expanded. Forest rangers, volunteers, state police. Eventually, even the FBI arrived. They combed the woods grid by grid. They checked the lake shorelines and the ravines below the ridge. Divers searched the water just in case Tom had fallen somehow. Nothing turned up. No rifle. No clothing. No boot tracks. No blood. Not even a dropped cartridge. The investigators kept returning to the same basic question. How does an 82-year-old man with limited mobility disappear in the middle of a hunting line without anyone hearing him move? We had been close enough that a shout would have carried. A fall would have made noise. A struggle would have been impossible to miss. But none of us heard anything. And what bothered me most was that silence before we realized he was gone. I brought it up during the interviews with the Rangers. At first they brushed it off as coincidence. Birds go quiet sometimes. Wind shifts. Animals hide. But the longer the search went on, the more the investigators seemed unsettled by the timeline. Because the silence started before Tom stopped answering the radio. Almost like the woods knew something we didn't. On the third day, they walked us back through the scene again. One of the agents showed us a summary they had compiled about the event, and similar disappearances in remote parks. Buried in the paperwork was a reference to procedural notes they had circulated internally. While documenting the case, a document labeled with odd wording about narrative constraints and first-person accounts. I remember the strange title clearly, because it felt so out of place in the middle of a missing person investigation. Silent pre-flight constraints, first-person true account. The agent admitted it had nothing to do with the search itself. It was simply part of how someone had organized the documentation. But seeing it there made the whole situation feel even stranger, because nothing about Tom's disappearance ever fit any normal explanation. We searched for 6 days. They brought in thermal imaging flights, Mounted teams pushed through swampy ground near the lake. Divers dragged sections of shoreline. If Tom had fallen, wandered, or been injured somewhere in those woods, they should have found him. Instead, the forest returned absolutely nothing. No tracks leading away. No equipment dropped along a trail. It's no sign of a struggle. The last confirmed evidence of Tom Messick in the world remained a seat cushion, a hearing aid, and a radio lying quietly in the leaves beside a maple tree after the official search ended. A few of us went back weeks later to stand on that ridge again. The forest looked ordinary. Wind moving through branches, birds calling, leaves shifting across the ground. But when I walked back to the exact place where Tom had been sitting, I noticed something I hadn't paid attention to before. The slope dropped sharply behind the tree, but not enough for someone with Tom's knees to descend quickly. If he had tried, we would have heard it. And yet standing there, looking into that patch of empty forest, I could not shake the feeling that the woods had simply closed around him without making a sound. The radio still sat in an evidence bag somewhere, the hearing aid too. Those are the last objects anyone can prove belonged to Tom Messick on that afternoon hunt. Everything else about what happened in that quiet stretch of Adirondack forest remains unresolved. No one saw him leave, no one heard him move, and the woods never gave him back. I remember the wind first, not the kind that rustles leaves and moves on, but the steady canyon wind that keeps pushing, as if the mountains themselves are breathing out. It came up through the trees that morning and rolled over the ridge in long hollow gusts, while I checked the sights on my rifle and watched the sun crawl over the timberline. I had hunted that section of the forest most of my life. My boys grew up walking those trails behind me. By the time this happened, I knew every bend of the canyon, every game trail that cut across the slopes, every place the elk liked to move once the sun warmed the south face. The three of us had been up since before daylight. Coffee boiled over a small stove while the sky slowly turned from black to a dull steel blue. The air had that sharp alpine smell, pine sap, cold dirt, and the faint mineral scent that comes from rock faces after a windy night. The plan was simple. My sons would circle wide along the ridgeline and work down toward the canyon floor. I would stay lower, near a narrow funnel where animals like to cross between two patches of thick timber. If anything moved through, it would likely pass my position. I remember tightening the strap on my pack and watching them head off through the trees. They knew the route. We'd hunted it together more times than I could count. I moved into the canyon alone. The spot I chose was halfway down a slope that dropped toward a dry creek bed. A fallen pine gave me good cover and a clear view of the open ground between the trees. From there, I could see almost 50 yards through the timber, which is about as good as it gets in that kind of forest. The wind kept pushing through the branches overhead. Every so often it carried the distant crack of limbs shifting somewhere deeper in the canyon. I settled in to wait. Hunting like that is mostly patience. You sit still long enough that the woods start moving again around you. Squirrels return to their business. Birds settle back into the branches. The forest forgets you're there. That morning the quiet came back slowly. I watched a gray squirrel work its way down a trunk, not 20 feet from me. A pair of ravens circled high over the canyon. Somewhere far below, something heavy moved through brush, but it never came close enough to see. Hours passed like that. The sun moved higher. The shadows shifted across the forest floor. Around midday, the wind strengthened. It pushed harder down the canyon, bending the tops of the pines and sending needles skittering across the dirt. I remember standing to stretch my legs and scanning the trees again. Nothing. No elk, no deer, just the steady wind. By late afternoon, I figured the boys would start working their way back toward camp. Our meeting point was a small clearing near the base of the ridge, maybe a half mile from where I sat. We'd picked it because you could see the tents through the trees from a distance. I gathered my gear and started the walk back. The path followed the dry creek bed for a while, before climbing up through thicker timber. It was familiar ground. I had walked it dozens of times without thinking, but that afternoon something felt off. At first it was small things. The woods seemed quieter than they should have been. The ravens were gone. Even the squirrels had disappeared. The wind still moved through the trees, but it sounded different lower in the canyon. It came through the branches with a hollow tone that echoed strangely between the slopes. I remember stopping once and looking back down the trail. Nothing was there. I kept walking. The clearing should have come into view after another 10 minutes. I knew the exact bend where the trees opened up, and the tents appeared between the trunks. I reached that bend. The clearing was empty. Our camp sat exactly where we left it. 2 tents, the stove, the cooler tucked beside a log, but my sons weren't there. I assumed they were still working their way down the ridge. That happens sometimes. Game sign can pull you farther than planned. So I waited. The sun slipped lower behind the mountains. The wind died down with the evening cold. Still no sign of them. By the time darkness started settling into the canyon, a hard knot had formed in my chest. They were experienced hunters. They knew the terrain as well as I did. They should have been back long before then. I lit a lantern and stepped out into the clearing, listening. The forest answered with nothing. That night I walked the trail toward the ridge several times with a flashlight, calling their names. The beam caught branches and rocks and empty patches of trail. No footprints. No voices. By morning, the search had started. Friends from town arrived first. Then local deputies. By midday, the forest filled with people moving through the trees in long lines, calling and listening and searching every hollow and ridge. Helicopters circled above the canyon. Dogs were brought in. I walked with the search teams the first 2 days. We covered ground I had hunted for 30 years. Places I knew as well as my own yard. Nothing turned up. No tracks. No dropped gear. No sign of anything that could explain where my sons had gone. Days stretched into weeks. The search area expanded farther into the mountains. Crews combed through the canyon floor, climbed the ridges, checked old mine shafts and rock slides. The official reports eventually called it an unexplained disappearance, but I kept returning to that clearing. For months afterward, I went back to the same spot, walking the trails again and again, looking for something everyone else had missed. I never found anything. Then, almost a year later, a hunter named Carl Jensen came through town, asking questions about the canyon. He had been out scouting birds along the ridge when something strange happened. Carl told the authorities that a large raven had been following him through the trees for nearly half an hour. It kept hopping from branch to branch ahead of him, calling loudly whenever he stopped walking. Eventually, the bird flew down into a small clearing just below the ridge. Carl followed. The clearing sat maybe 50 yards from our original base camp. Search teams had passed through that exact area during the first week. Carl said he noticed the boots first. They sat side by side at the base of a fallen tree when deputies brought me to the site later that afternoon. The wind had returned to the canyon. It moved through the branches above us, in the same slow, steady gusts I remembered from the morning my sons disappeared. The clearing was small, bare dirt surrounded by thick timber. At the base of the fallen tree lay several items arranged in a neat line. The boots, white, a leather belt, a wallet with cash still inside, and beside them, resting carefully against the trunk, part of a skull. Search teams had walked within yards of that tree during the original operation. I knew because I had been one of them. Authorities documented the scene and collected the items. They searched the surrounding forest again, expanding outward from the clearing. No other remains were found. No clothing fragments. No signs of an animal attack. The official report later concluded the remains had likely been missed during the first search and exposed over time by weather or scavengers. But I stood in that clearing myself. The dirt was undisturbed. The items were laid out too carefully, and the fallen trees sat in a place no scavenger would have carried anything. That night I returned alone. The clearing was quiet again. No search teams, no deputies, just the wind moving through the pines. I stood where the boots had been and looked toward our old camp through the trees. The tents were gone now, but the clearing was still visible between the trunks. 50 yards. That was all the distance between where we had slept and where the remains appeared. A distance so short that I could have walked it in less than a minute. I remember staring at the ground beneath that fallen tree, trying to imagine how something could vanish in daylight, leave no trail through miles of forest, and then return nearly a year later to a place already searched. The wind picked up again as the sun dipped behind the ridge. Branches swayed overhead. Somewhere in the trees a raven called once, sharp and echoing across the canyon. Then the forest went quiet. I stayed there until the last light faded and the clearing turned gray with dusk. The boots were gone by then, the belt, the wallet, the skull. Only the bare dirt remained where they had been placed, and the wind moving steadily through the canyon like it had never stopped.